Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, OTC. What's poppin'? Good morning. Oh, it is a beautiful, beautiful day this Thursday morning. Hopefully, all is well with everybody else. We have a very interesting day. Already have a lot of market movement, quite volatile, which is kind of interesting. I didn't think it was going to be as volatile as it is. However, I think we put a pretty good spin on it. Good morning, Arthur. Good morning, Heidenreich. Oh, Dr. Hum. Good morning, Caesar C. Oh, yeah. How are you, sir? Dr. Hum, GTA. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I have been battling with a bracket mount for a computer monitor for like the last 3 hours. So, feeling a little, I don't know, beaten by a fucking mount. Please like and subscribe. If you don't, you're a goddamn communist. Randy Stogner's showing up this morning just to let you know. Dr. Hung, goddamn right. Yeah, no, we typically just call you Johnny Sins. But good morning, good morning, good morning. We have B-Nox going up for the 700 piece right now. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, if any of you guys are in this thing and you're trying, or if you're not in this thing, don't be trying to get into it. Please, God, I don't give a shit if this thing goes to $10 a piece. Don't do it. Good morning, Germ Corp. How are you? I don't know if it's a comrade. I would assume that you'd probably have a higher rank than me. I don't know. Good idea for OnlyFans. Fair play. See, look at GTA always capitalizing, you know? Caesar doing his best not to be racist, you know? He's doing it. He's trying like hell. Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning. We are having ourselves a week. Calling it like we see it. We're putting it right down the fucking pipe for people at this point. I don't know. Shit, I think I got both of what I thought was going to happen, not only into the close of the day yesterday, but also the downside over pre-market, and then now we're going to try to go and I think we're going to go and try to hit support before we go to the upside. The reason being is because if I'm somebody that thinks maybe possibly there is room for let's say 235 just to retouch it, that would be the SPY down easily under 425. If I were a betting man, the pre-market move was an indicator of where it's going to go first. And then I think we end up green the end of the day. The only other thing that I would like to go and let people know is that, good morning, is that the overall market right this second is kind of in a what the fuck do we do period, because what's his face is talking to teachers or something like that, some program that they're doing. Dickhead's talking to teachers at 4:00 and they're going to be able to ask him questions. And, you know, that's always fun. Seems very innocent, seems very, oh, they're just teachers. But somebody's going to ask him a question that's going to go and either shove the market one way or the other. And I don't understand necessarily why, but Either way, I still hold my bullish sentiment from yesterday to today. I think that we're going to go probably to the upside. And I could easily see it happening here. That's the thing, is like I could easily see this going and cause like trying to hold support. But my issue is going to be more of the top at the on the SPY. It's going to be a top of 427.55. I also have the 428.11 area. The reason being is because that the 428.11 area is basically breaking the high of pre-market yesterday. Pre-market yesterday. We got this immediate move back up to the upside. I know that we picked up 21 puts. Let me see. We picked up SQ21 puts. We picked up 247 Teslas and AVGO. I picked up a short position to the downside, but I want to see this just crap, like just shit through the. I don't even know where the fuck it is on my chart now that I think about it. Or in my watch list. AVGO though, I'm looking for this to essentially, if you're looking at the daily, you have absolutely no liquidity through here. I've been saying this for the last month, it seems like, and this makes a lot of sense because I have the overall I have the overall same sentiment. And here's what's interesting is if you go back a month ago, just to show you that not only am I day-to-day very, very accurate, but we are collectively getting the sentiment of the stock market, because if you go look back about a month ago, there's a Netflix thumbnail, and that Netflix thumbnail essentially says Tesla at 412.06 minus 32.06 is going to be what, 380. Well, Netflix 1 month ago was over $450 something. It's now exactly where that thumbnail told you it was going to go. I think that I was preferring that it happened last week. But I mean, we've been making money on fucking Netflix up and down all around and got the t-shirt for it. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Business. I think that you have these areas here where in my overall thought process is you have the ability to run to, let's say, Tesla 242, 242.07. But I'm not necessarily thinking you're gonna get the rip all the way to 270 or 246. If we do, that's great. I would prefer to go and see downside because I have a little bit heavier of a downside position. But we bought the 247 and a half calls. Cost basis 91, and those are at 148 a piece. The SQ puts we picked up for 33 a piece, and those are up 54%, now currently worth 51. Excuse me, we picked them up at 33 a piece, now they're currently 51. Considering that Netflix is trying to go and here's my overall thought, is I think that there's going to be downside, and I think that we need to go and retest these areas, because if you're looking at this on a trends perspective, this is continuing to the downside. But you just draw your line in your head here. This goes right back up, 242, rejects probably somewhere around 140.86, or tries to use that as support. Either way, I'm going to be interested in the like 141.50 area all the way into the 142. The fact that we're getting green movement to the upside right now doesn't make me feel any way about the market. It makes me go and kind of, it makes me excited to go and re-short this and or at a later date. But right now we already went and took our long position and we're already short. So what the fuck are we worried about? Absolutely nothing. I think you're gonna go either immediately to 240, or excuse me, the 429 area and just bank the fuck off of it and leave. Or you're going to run right up to that 428.11, reject off of it. Regardless, I think that you don't necessarily get a huge push to the upside. I don't think you see 431 until either later on in the day, because I think that in this, I mean, you have to hold 34.90 or 35.02 flat, which is a big deal, but that's exactly where we are right now. If we decide to start breaking down, I'm going to be looking at like, okay, well, here's an hour candle and our indicators are back up to the upside. I could potentially see this hitting about 420, 421 area and coming back up to the upside. That being said, anything gets down anywhere close to those 242s real quick, I'm going to be out of those calls, or excuse me, out of those puts, because they are for the end of the day. We're upside down in those 32.5%, which isn't that big of a deal currently to me, just because my overall sentiment is this could easily go right back through the 429, and kind of just as a fuck you to Jerome Powell because you didn't say dick and you actually didn't do anything yesterday. I think there's a way to go and balance the market out where they can just shove it to the downside, because a lot of people right now are extremely fearful. So it would go and almost be a, oh, okay, well, we're going to have another red day. But I think just as quick as you have a red day, you could have a very green day from either some type of dumb shit said by some committee or some official, or Jay Powell could potentially go and say something later that could go and continue, like kind of be a catalyst. The 21.22 is that resistance that I genuinely like here, but in the way that I look at this, what's concerning is that these are almost the same pattern. And these are supposed to be running adversely. And I think it's probably going to have something to do with this right here. Because you got to think, conversation, you keep getting your ass kicked right here. You find support and you actually go and hold up, you're solid. If you crash through it, you're going to get fucked on and probably gapped. that 420.608 is kind of a problem. So I'm going to assume that they're going to try to give this a bounce, just like they did yesterday. Excuse me, and assume that the market, just like we said, I think they're practicing. I had said this to somebody yesterday. You know when you go and get a soft drink at any type of fucking... what the fuck just happened to the charts? Why was that on? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I'm green on GME. Holy shit. How long did that take you? I don't know. See, this is that dumb shit that I don't fucking need in the morning. So connected there. I'm so fucking confused. Let me get a 1 in chat if you can hear me all right. I assume that, has anyone saw Dumb Money? No, Sabrina, I lived it. I'm pretty good. I don't think they'll do us justice, and I'm just gonna get upset by watching it, so. No, I have not. See, here's the thing is, I think you're going to get this bounce here with a little bit of a rise, and then I think you potentially could easily get a break right back down, considering that NVIDIA is wanting to go and continue to walk down towards its 200 MA. It could just go and find a bounce here very nicely at the 230, or excuse me, the 423.94. Market looks a little bit heavier to me in my sentiment. A lot of people are saying, yeah, we're gonna be buying calls, da 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 da. Even if you are, I don't know why I'm fucking frozen. That's starting to piss me off. Even if you are you have a positive feel on the market, that's not what I wanted either. Thank you. Even if you have a positive feel on the market, you're still concerned about, obviously not getting the entire move that you want. Don't go out too far then. It's pretty simple shit. But if they're calling for 48%, you know it's not going to be 48%. It'll probably be less than 25, probably somewhere near that, which isn't a small poke either way. However, I think that you have like an overall, I think Tesla is one of the strongest sentiment stocks in the game right now. I think the chips are looking a little weak. I just want to see what the hell happens there. I want to see what happens here this morning. You know, futures are looking bright, shitters. Got to put your hater blockers on and get swifty. The two girls who sold it. Yeah, that doesn't quite make any sense to me, Bree, but I thought it was interesting. Something that Gary Gensler said yesterday that, like, It was something about when they were talking about retail. And I thought it was interesting that they went and had talked about, or he had said something about like, oh, there's been several social or things to go viral or da 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 da, whatever. There's a lot more interest in the stock market now than ever. And I'm like, because you guys orchestrated single-handedly the most ignorant fucking cash grab I've ever seen in my life. But now we're the fucking problem. And I guarantee you we're going to end up going and being, excuse me, I am probably dehydrated like a motherfucker if I'm yawning like that. So I think that Tesla tries to probably go and get north. I think Tesla's going to try to go and get north, probably to the underside of VWAP, 240.63 or so. I'm going to be looking for it to come back to the downside. But if I get any type of good pop to the upside, I'm going to try to be... I don't really want to hold Tesla long. I don't want to hold Tesla long because if Tesla goes and gets long and then decides to go and just shit the bed right back into where I think it's probably a easier chance to see this come directly back into the 236-ish, 237 area, and then probably go high from there. Oh shit, cool. Someone call me. I heard problem investor. I just call that ass the money pit because that shit's shaking me out of my goddamn dollars, son. Nvidia's getting a little a little paintball finger action, a little sesh. We have about 4 minutes going into the market here. Tupac's back? Gary Gensler is a lying, cheating moron and needs to be impeached. There, I said it. No. I said it. You typed it. But thank you for letting me live vicariously through such powerful words. Because, yeah, hey, Gary, you're fucking dog shit, buddy. Fucking spit on your coffee table, you dumb bitch. Fucking weirdo. Never could answer a straight goddamn question. You're like a fucking 17, 18-year-old girl who, like, snuck out for the first time. I don't know. I can't recall. Like, dude, we know that you were taking pull from fucking Anthony Barr, right? And who else? Quite literally everybody else. Germ Corp, Arctic, be safe. Oh, GG's worth. What? Wait a minute. Now I'm going to be unbiased here. You're telling me that Germ Corp, let me know if I'm mistaken, but you're telling me that government worker making less than $200,000 roughly a year has 73 million? Shit. You would have to think that maybe that guy got into some AMC. I know a couple people that have done that shit. How in the fuck? Because the Republicans were bitching up and down about the fact that, oh, President Biden's fucking house isn't a big, or it's too fucking big for a senator's salary. Well, no fucking shit, dickhead. Like the 10% wasn't the fucking giveaway. The 10% comment. When your son knows how to repeat your business dealing fuck ups, you've said them enough to like. You've said it enough to get weird. I am looking. Man, I want this 282 area, but I think this is gonna try to go and give this right here. So if I'm crazy, this is gonna go and probably become resistance, right? So whenever I see this pattern, I always see that this wants support. It's going to more than likely want to come to the downside first, but it probably does go to the upside. It'll probably try to flush the 239, 80 here, ding, ding, ding. And then you'll see it immediately go probably right back to the down, or excuse me, run back to the downside first, then try to find support. But let's see what we're doing here. SQs are moving to the upside, looking at trying to get to support. And now we're looking at the SPY coming to the downside. That position is now almost profitable again. And now we're tanking on the SPY here. Watch this try to go and give you the support of 425. Do not fall for that. I don't think that's gonna work. SQ's trying to go back up over that 12 area. Nvidia's trying to fire to the upside. Now, what I see here is Nvidia fires to the upside right into basically the resistance of what we were dealing with pre-market and a gap down. So watch for this to go and give the SPY some trouble. The 450 or the 425s. Tesla's trying to go up. And I think that the SPY is going to try to flush first, though. I think that there is a decent amount of obligation it has at the 425.62 here. But my overall, I mean, that's actually a really, really good wick right there. What's that price? Yeah, it's fuck me, man. This is gonna be the 402 bounce, the 425 bounce. Why does it cost $60 for a out of the money call on the SPY for $6 in strike price different? Doesn't make any sense. Now we're seeing some movement on the SPY, or excuse me, on Tesla trying to get through the 200. So we have a cost basis of 91 on these these 247s. I like that. I'm gonna just hold it. I'm actually kind of looking at the SQs. SPY is trying to go to the top side. This is where I was kind of concerned with the SPY going. AMC is supposed to be doing something, and GME is apparently up 8%, or excuse me, 5%. Tesla's moving to the top side, very graciously, I might add. My Tesla calls are now way positive. Market is going to come up, which means the SQs are more than likely going to come back a little bit. I feel like the SQs are just such a odd place. So everything's pretty much at my averages. Of where I got them at yesterday, just a little bit. One way or the other, they pretty much offset. But I am about to go. I'm looking at Tesla trying to gain strength here. NIR, that one was doing some weird shit yesterday. So here's where the SPY or Tesla's trying to hold its 200, but it also has its 200, its VWAP, and a support level. I'm taking that all day long. Ouch. I want to know where this thing goes, though. Ouch. Trying to figure out where exactly the SPY is going to try to end, or like leave the week so I can go and play one way or the other. VAC is straight up in the air over $3. And GME is back at 1760 pretty goddamn quick. I'm looking at like Tesla 230s right now as well, but they're probably just going to go to the upside and pop through. Dow's trying to go green right now currently. If that holds, that's going to be an interesting fight. I think, I mean, it's very clear Dow would probably end up winning that fight. Yeah, my Tesla's just shot up straight up 10% in the air. What I am curious about is AMC was kind of a yeah, I was about to say, how the fuck? I just went long on an AMC, 8 calls for tomorrow. Still over my cost basis on my puts, so there's no reason to buy those on the SQs. I do like those Teslas, and every time they get close enough to a support level where I can plant my foot and reach out and touch one of those stocks to rip it to the downside, seems like I have you're a little closer than you think. Tesla pulling back right to the 200, but still holding VWAP very, very, very nicely. I would just love to see the market just turn to the downside real quick so that I can go and add to everything that I have right this second. So if the SQs got through that support, I just want these fucking SPY calls to get sold so that I can go and not fuck with them. There's the SQs trying. SQs also have 2126, 2132. AMC is trying to bounce right off at this level. Tesla's trying to go north. Expecting FDA approval. I'm expecting not to get hit in the nads either, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you miss the catch or somebody doesn't mean to, whatever the fuck it is. But market's volatile, buddy. They're gonna let me touch it. I just want to go. Mara's about to fall under $8. AMC is over 750. AMD's almost back over 100. Fisker looks like it's either going to try to go north or it's just going to trade sideways in a little flag, but that thing looks interesting. Tom, what's poppin', baby? I'd rather play the lotto than the stocks. I can promise you that's never gonna fucking happen. You're never gonna do that. That's just not how it's gonna work, I promise you. Matter of fact, if you go and win the lottery, matter of fact, you come back here, I'll suck your dick. You win the lottery, you show me the winning ticket before you let me teach you how to make money in this stocks that you think is a complete bunch of bullshit. Tum, you're too goddamn cute, and you got that love in your little profile picture. You know, I can't really think that you can't be that angry. I'm not willing to accept that. I am long on some more AMC calls right now, and I'm gonna be looking for Tesla to come probably 243. I want to see this fire right through this crotch, because the SQs are firing down right now. So that's exactly what we wanted. We actually just bought more of those, I think. Oh, I just bought more AMCs too. Thank you very little. Yeah, so those Tesla 247.5s, 91 cost basis that we were buying yesterday, those are now at 157 a piece. And Tesla's trying to go to the upside. We have these cleared areas that we have to go that would be pretty much somewhere around this 244.04 area that would make a hell of a lot of sense. I still think they go and end up running this to the downside right here, not giving you the ability bringing it right back to what, that 230, 238 area, 238.20, trying to bounce it there and then go back up. Remember, their job is to fuck you out of your time. That's it. Those options just went, I think they hit 100% yesterday and we took some out. I don't like how we just wick through there. and immediately got just shit on. We're gonna go and give them one of those contracts for 174, which we were in at 91. So we're gonna double our money there. SQ's coming back in the right direction. Here's my thought. Like I said, I think you're going to get faked out because their overall goal today is just to fuck with you mentally. That's it. You guys are brave. We don't take any shit, Tom. That's what it is. We don't take any bullshit. We're not gonna let anybody tell us shit. I'm gonna go and make my profit and go to fuck, like, leave. Like, I'm not gonna go and spend any more time in the firing zone than I need to. SQ's now going in, having those 21 puts now are in the money currently. I'm going to look at a possible Tesla short position. Nothing big, but to kind of hedge what the fuck I did earlier. I wonder where bank, step up, popped up, gapped up and supported. You fuck. Okay. I'm going to go and assume that SQs go, the bottom right chart is going to be back at that 2090 very quickly, and that's going to be where it chooses its support. However, Tesla's going to come back up to the upside and try to go retest that 243. My thought here is grabbing a 240, but my problem is that if this goes and breaks up through that 230 or 243, 243.71, I don't know that I really want to fucking play any games. I don't know that I really want to play games anymore. Tesla might fucking take my sandbox home and shit. I got a value in the stress factor. Stocks are stressful. Not too bad. They're not bad, Tom, if they if you go and or you're part of this community, because we got a lot of smart people hanging out. But we also work very hard to go and not allow just one. I'm not just somebody that goes and makes money one way. You probably can go and tell me 15 different ways you could make money in your life. I don't really know a bunch of different ways that goes and allows options to go and create as much of a profit with as very little risk as we do, and put up a ROI that's pretty snazzy itself, if I do say so myself. But I'm not gonna go sucking my own dick over it, as Bert Kreischer has said. Shout out to Bert. Here's the thing. Now you can go and see that candle plain as day. That's support. There's no question in my mind. That wick down, it can go and sit here all at once and go and try to fire itself through here. I don't care. SPY's looking good. This is exactly the fucking sentiment that I don't like. I think that this is beautiful to the upside, but as soon as it's beautiful to the upside, it always fucks me in my ass. And excuse my French, but it pulls my ass. I'm currently out of both of those SQs, the 21s and the 21.5s. because I don't really want to fucking sit here and have to worry about it while I'm looking at Tesla. Tesla immediately fires to the downside. Arctic, where do you like it long? Because I'm looking like right here. This is looking decent support. However, better said than done. So you're looking at least the volume aspect of these contracts. You can go and see the most strikes right now are going $240s, 245, 240, and then you have an immediate sell-off, but like 237.5 doesn't seem even reasonable. If this thing goes north, it'll come right back to like what, 240. Yeah. So if I'm a fucking, I might be an idiot, but like, something just happened to Amazon. Amazon's going long. Holy shit. We just got some really nasty news, I think, as well. So that hasn't really come out yet. I'm actually holding off with that Amazon, but I am looking at, let's just assume that Fed says inflation targets do risk giving a false read. Oh yeah, daddy. Send it. Bring that ass back here. That's what I'm trying to wait for, but I'm really want to buy it. I really want to buy it. I think I did buy 431s earlier just to be an asshole. Shit, those might get there. Also, AMC is hanging out over the $7 area. Breathing treatments out, everybody. 10 o'clock hour is upon us. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. We're going to go with the Netherlands. Not just don't tell them that we know Birdie. We know that it's like, what time is it? Roughly 3 there. Shout out to Mr. Birdie Hunter and the family. I don't like that on Amazon because that seems like that's, man, Arctic, I think that they want to go 245. I think they get 246 at best. And I feel like they're going to just smack us in the mouth here. SPY is continuing. Yep. Let's do this. Let's do this right here. Can I get this one time for the one time? And can you just stay in this fucking stupid ass trend that you're sitting in? Yeah, Tesla's still moving to the upside while you're seeing, or excuse me, it's kind of pulling down while the market is trying. I got out of those Tesla 247.5s for, I think they were 170, something like that. I'm gonna go and hold on to that contract just to hold on to it. I really don't give a shit. But I am going to go and look to reposition the SPYs that I just got out of profitable. I want to go and now add another position for the same shit. Not necessarily the same shit day-wise, because I don't want to buy them for today. But I genuinely think dickhead's gonna go and say something really stupid because the premium on these contracts doesn't make any sense. The way that you go and get the way that you get Tesla at the 245 Arctic is by taking the SPY to about 229.08. Maybe, just a guess. It will be a fight to get there, but if the SPY stays put, that's tricky. Because there's no fucking way in hell. All aggressive like and shit. There's no way in hell, and I'm taking this bounce. I swear to God, if it hits 2057, I'm gonna I might turn this bitch into R-rated type shit. Might get naked. What was the low of the days? Oh, okay, cool. Those contracts are, yeah, I'll take these, please. Thank you. I just picked up SPY 418s as a hedge of all of the Tesla shit I feel like I'm about to buy. You know? By the way, AMC is about to pay me a lot of money. Because buying those fucking contracts $6, $7, $8, $9 at a time, those are, well, they're now at 8. I have a cost basis of 6 on the 8 calls this week, or yeah, for this week. I'm back. Let's go. Tits are out. Like just side nip, or are we talking like just full shirtless? Oh, Tesla, yeah, daddy. This is gonna start fearing people out. You're going to more than likely get your wish here, Arctic. They're trying to go, and in my opinion, they're either about to go and give it to you, on that 2090 area of the SQs, which it seems to me we are probably going to 2057 because Tesla looks ready. Tesla looks torqued up like a fucking 4x4 right now. Can I get a yeet kind of shit? But what we're going to do is, if Tesla decides that it wants to go to the upside, I'm cool with that. I just want to, I don't want to have any more money than I need to necessarily in that area. So first thing that I'm going to look at is, I told you these were probably going to bounce because every time I see this fucking stupid ass fork or like the trident, or the, what the fuck is it called? The forklift or the pitchfork. I want to see this go and set up this support one time for the one time, do it for state, and just go and like do it for fucking town and country, bud. You don't fucking know, buddy. You don't know what sacrifice is like? Yeah. that smell. Tesla's gonna touch that ass. Get fucked on. Come to downside. I want to see that. Ooh, that's where it's gonna bounce. Tesla's more than likely gonna try to show you the 241.43. It's gonna try to hold above that. Yeah. I'm moving the. Is that trying to perk? Oh, flush one time for me. I want that contract on Tesla at 195. I want 245s, 245 strikes at 195. They're currently at 102, or excuse me, 204. I can put these up here for you. Yeah. Calls, please. Thank you. Well, not right. Now, these could go and actually have been kind of bottom ticked right here. I don't know that. I do see the little pullback. I don't know if I'm going to get the volatility swing that I need that would fill this. Oh, cool. It just did. Because it's fucking running down underneath its 96 EMA, causing a huge volatility swing in that contract. Dr. Hum, that is a very, very small rocket, dude. Is that a self-portrait? This is very cute. Like this a lot. So that contract, no bullshit, just ran within, like, let's say a minute. This contract literally just went from two, three, and it actually did double top right there, technically speaking. But this is not a good look most of the time. But you can obviously see on this contract, you're looking at this is support. You got a huge reaction through here. Now you're trying to go and do a little bit more step up. You're trying to go and create yourself very, very quickly. You can see it. It is right here. This area right here, if you just look at the green little spikes and I turn everything else off, like, you can see it. It's just kind of building and building and building. The problem is if it does not go and hold in this contract's perspective, but also in, let's say, Tesla in the 1 minute, Tesla in the 1 minute's pretty much inside of its indicators, as opposed to the SPY, where the SPY is kind of over the top of them. We need to gain ground here. So in my thought, that call is more, I prioritize that call on Tesla a little bit better because we are in a decently down part of this option, completely singled out, because you could go and probably find that in a million places. But I liked the fact that we were underneath our indicators there, so that I had a little bit more area to run if we decided to. That contract is either going to go and let me know I'm about to average in, or that this is going to be a fucking rocket ship. Yeah, I think there's more downside possibilities. I did just get out of the rest of my Tesla 247 and a halves. Overall in that position, we still closed it at, entered 91, closed it at 125 for the remaining, what was it, 10%? Or 10% of those contracts. Everything else went at well over 100%. Amazon's continuing to the upside. This is actually interesting. Hold on a minute. Crypto's not doing a fuck. So Amazon goes off the bottom, which is kind of what you're seeing in it's what you're kind of seeing in AMC, Amazon are very similar patterns. We got worked on AMC though that day, but now all you need to do, just like on Amazon, you're trying to break that right there. And on AMC, you're trying to break, whoops. I just don't know that you're gonna go and be able to continue to keep the SPY and Tesla from basically holding hands and walking the fuck through. Amazon's kind of helping them along the way. I think that you're getting that sequential fucking movement that I was talking about yesterday. Watch for Microsoft to go back up to the 315, 314 area. Netflix will probably try to go and recast into the 380 area. It may or may not go through. I don't know. I haven't looked at it hard enough. Cheers. But yeah, I mean, I think that the SPY is kind of looking like it's getting rejected, but it's just trying to make sure that we're good here. I understand that we're trying to insinuate we're going for a lower high here. Let's make sure of that before we go and start abusing money to the downside, because chances are you're the one that's going to get fucked on. Who want broccoli cooked? No. AMC's still at 750, just kicking it old school. Like it's kind of got a decent, like, it's got a fucking decent space here. 751. Yeah, that's my concern. Immediately, Arctic, is the why it just walked itself. Oh well, you also have the bounce that's about to happen, I believe, on Microsoft. Intel looking green, which is weird because semiconductors has been the fucking weakest thing in my opinion all week. Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, you're good, because we're going to come back down and double bottom at 235. Don't shoot the fucking messenger. I'm just saying, you know, the Messiah has spoken to me, and I'm going to use a religious thing to say, yep. Isa told me I can say Assalamu alaikum, which could mean you want to go fishing for all I fucking know. But I think it's like definitely some religious shit. Probably don't have any right to say it, so I'm sorry if I fucking offended anybody. But genuinely don't care, you know, we're all about positivity, and Issa gave me the ability to, so I'm positively using the fuck out of it right now. GTA, I gotta talk to you, you know what I mean? Never mind. MDAI. Getting a little pullback, little yeet. Here you go. Here's the thing that's gonna go and kind of solidify what happens to what I do here for like any amount of time. I've already made the Tesla calls, so I'm good, because I genuinely think this is the exact thing that I teach over and over and over. This is a break to the upside. You're trying to hold the 200 EMA right here. You got to flush down into the 239.84. Those are two exact areas where this is a break and a retest and a support line. There could not be any better of a support area right here. Arctic, I think you're more than good. The only thing that there is problematic here is just basically the psychological 240.80 area, 240.90 into the 241. I think it's 241.10, but regardless, I think that the SPY is trying to go and do something like this on this break, just like Tesla's about to go and try to do at the same exact time. It'll try to probably go and use this as support. Once it breaks through there, they'll probably try to go there. This is problematic just because it's trying to look like it's makes it look like it's just not gonna go. And I think that's kind of an ass backwards way of thinking of it, just because you were just basically arguing with the 200 MA, which is an overall average of the last 200 days, right? Why the fuck are you gonna go argue with 241.21 right this moment when you also have the 50 MA, the 9 VWAP above you, support that you had just gone and created for yourself? Look, I'm just saying, not financial advice, but like I think that it would be smart to have a downside position in case Gensler blows the shitter and destroys this meeting later. BXBR. BX. Why don't they have fucking options, bro? You guys are ass. I want to trade a little stock like that with options. Anyway, if you can go and continue to hold, which I think that you're in a beautiful position to right here, with your 50, your 96 EMA, 200 over the top, then you're going just 9 VWAP and a 5 MA are already above you. You have every reason to think I have more to, let's say, discover to the upside here. The SPY is just going to go and probably bounce 450, or excuse me, 428.88. Nope. Still wrong. That's not even fucking close. 425.88. Ooh, if you do it, you stank, bitch. Oh, yeah, I will spit in your mouth, Tesla. Let's go. So, ooh, I gotta just fucking, I just gotta kind of wing that one. What is it? That's a beautiful fucking test, though. Like, you gotta be shitting me. Bro, I don't want to go and really test it. Like, I don't want to go and necessarily put a 150 buy in there because I don't think it's gonna get there. You fucked. I'll take the 150. I'll take the 157. So we'll call it 160 between friends, just us girls. Right, Tesla? Let's go, bitch. When I see Tesla crack through here, I think Tesla's probably going to crack through, wick down through this little support area that it just created to go and remember, ultimately create that first fear move before they go wherever the fuck they want it to. Well, if I'm sitting here looking at these two areas of support, I crack this down through the 96, the MAs, and I use the level of support that we just did, which was right here. When these levels, with both of the support at 239.84 and the downtrend that we just broke up above and ran from into price discovery, I want to see right there 239.32 to hold. You're going to get so much wick down. You have so many of these little fucking trends that you can't go and necessarily just completely puncture all the way through. You may get a crash to the downside of the inside green candle. That's probably where it goes and stops, though, is 239.46 and, well, excuse me, 239.32 is where I started, but right where it was, 239.46 is essentially the place that I want to see this hold. And I did go and fill those contracts, 245 calls on Tesla for tomorrow. Keep in mind that I'm not necessarily holding things into any amount of time. Sometimes I hold things for seconds, if not couple of hours, couple of minutes, but I try to be as transparent as possible. But right now, I'm liking where Tesla's kind of going and having the battle of the overall discussion of what it likes, because right here we always look for the yellow lines. That yellow line is something that's important to me because it's something that's relevant in a big way, and it seems like even if you don't, if you're just watching this thing behave, and we know that this is support at 239, and we need to go and tap that green downtrend that we had broken over, close over it, but we still have all of these support layers. I think it's funny that we wicked down to the same area that we decided to go and push off of earlier. So we need to go and make sure that we hold the 239.14 area very, very closely I don't mind going there for a minute or two, but I don't want to see this thing go and hang out for a good amount of time and be fucking friends and play patty cake. I want to see you back over the 239.84 and moving back up to the upside and get the fuck away from this. Like, at best, I'll take a consolidation, walk down to the fucking park over here at 239.40, but bro, get the fuck out of wherever you are. The police are coming, bro. Like, this is bad. If you crash down through that, on a day trader's perspective, you're losing 90 cents. That's not good. But I kind of think that you are going to get a nasty, you're either going to get a lid on 239.80 because of that prior, what are those? 928 at 610 and 12, excuse me, 610 and 725. I would be very interested to see where these candles start to close. If I see this breakdown, anything through that, like 238 flat, I'm really getting concerned. But until then, I do not give a fuck. Because the SPY is doing just enough to be a little too fucking extra, in my opinion, that it's doing the exact same shit that I thought it would do this morning. Run up, stop you, turn you around, smack you in the ass, put you back in bed, and then probably end up somewhere fucking green by the end of the day, which is sad. Remember, I told every single one of you yesterday, the only thing that news does is allows the market maker to go and fuck people out of their positions with news and volatility that does not match their sentiment. But if you can give a volatile stock in general, people will make their own assumptions just on the trading of the cash in their portfolio, not the technical ability or to notice a pattern or to say, no, this is good volume or whatever it is. As soon as you go and add a little fucking Jaws music or a little bit of theme music, the whole sentiment changes on the entire fucking feng shui of your trading ability. Very, very, very different. What? Excuse me, my SPY 418s are up 20%. Average cost was 72 per, or I think I called these out, 72. An average of 72 per contract on the 418 puts for the second. And those are now up 33% at 96 a piece. I'm gonna step into the, or step out to the patio. You know, I gotta go check on Caesar's grandmother. You know. Yeah, she's been staying here a few times. It's fine. Well, fuck, GTA. Just don't tell him, dude. He's probably doing a spreadsheet. He's not thinking. He's not worried about it. It's fine. Arctic, 10 Tell me we go and like, here's the only reason why I have any possibility of upside. Tesla has gone and kind of created this area where if you get to the 238.92, you're almost basically putting yourself at a bottom of the fucking area that I wanted to go and look at as a very key level to hold on the SPY. It doesn't make any sense to me why the SPY did this. Or excuse me, why Tesla did this. The SPY didn't do this. And it didn't go and pump, I mean, relatively anything in the market other than, I think it was what, maybe NVIDIA that fired off I mean, other than NVIDIA, which Tesla just got a nice, sexy candle right there. Yeah, bitch. That is called terminal velocity to your grandma's house, buddy. Make sure you like and subscribe and bring your saddle, because it's hard to hold on out here. What's up, non-refundable? You good looking son of a bitch. How's everything? Welcome back. Oh yeah, look at fuck. Ooh. I'm walking on sunshine. Ooh. I just got touchdown day. Got stop lost out of 10%, did it. What is that fucking from? Da 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 da. I feel like it's a Mario Kart thing, or is it fucking like AFV? I'm so confused. People taking profits on the way up. Type market gets anything you can, get anything you can. You're goddamn right. I've taken a couple hundred pieces today. Couple hundred pieces with the soda. Somebody checked on fucking crypto lately, by the way, bud? Like, we haven't seen him since he got fucking pulled by not only Life getting Russell Wilson in the cut in his prime, but definitely getting pulled by 70 points. Somebody's got to call him and check on him. That's you know, you'd want somebody to do it for you. You know, I would prefer to see. Oh, I think it's very interesting that the SPY decided to go back to the same area that it broke down to 426.02. I think this is gonna either try to go and put this support in here, or we're gonna get a decision one way or the other within the next hour, in my opinion. What is up in my top? Oh yeah, the video. I think Amazon's trying to make a higher high. Amazon saw some decent move. Green, I don't remember what the catalyst was. Oh, they're about to run fucking Amazon. Ooh, shit. Go look at Amazon 125 and 126 strikes. Go look at the open interest. And also go look at fucking TSM. TSM might go green. I could see TSM getting back to 90 before Friday. Also, Palantir is at 1544, and it looks like Nikola is actually trying to hold its ground. Correct me. Excuse me. At 153. I haven't seen Nikola back at 140 area. So I mean, my issue is the fact that it's an EV and you're looking at Rivian take a dump into the 23. You're watching Lucid do the same fucking thing. Riot is coming up to the upside, which doesn't really that doesn't make any sense to me, considering, oh well, Bitcoin's firing through the fucking sky. That's why. Come on, Bitcoin, take us to the promised land, dude. Take Tesla back over like 250. I'll touch that ass. Nikola's trying to break VWAP. Yeah, and Tesla's trying to break its 200. Keep that in the back of your mind. Get weird, Spy. You won't. Tesla's trying to go for that resistance again. Push it. And push it real good. Spy to 3. Don't you rope me in with this. Don't you rope me in with that. Because you'll probably get there, but I don't know on what time frame that would even be possible. Probably overnight some night. Oh, turn the Kevin Gates on. She doesn't get tired. I got 6 jobs. I don't get tired right now is what the spy is saying. Intel is back over to over that 35 area that we were talking about. Kind of odd, but I think Intel was over, I think well over $38 or hanging out at $38 all last week. AXLA is halted to the upside. Nope, still wrong. Yeah, it is. We're trying to use this red line as support now. That's been a trend that's kept us in the it's basically kept us within trading this range. We're trying to now use the 200 to now substantiate the move through this. If we get that, we will more likely than not try to look for that 245 and then possibly even the 246.80, or excuse me, the 248.60 and the 246.80 area. But make sure that you go and get guaranteed breaks. NVIDIA is trying to break up over its resistance of that 427.63. What the fuck is this thing? Look at the spy trying to get some. Let's go. Tesla, we need you at like 245. Let's get it. I'm looking at those Teslas, we have a cost basis of 178. Those are over 201. Our puts are down 10% right this second on our Tesla, or excuse me, our SPY puts for our hedge. But the one good thing is that AMC is still holding over that 750. What the hell is Meta doing? Holy shit. Oh, this is easy. Breaking up. It's just got to go back and retest now. So go back to like 300. Very easily could run to 305 and continue even into 307. But I think that I think there's an ability to go right back to Meta at yeah, I mean, I think that you could go and definitely just collapse through that area. Beep. That's an interesting one. It's kind of just trickled. Walk it. I agree, Nan. Probably, yeah, better than it should be, 100%. Tesla's trying to go to the upside. SPY's trying to go to the upside. He became a GameStop CEO. Oh, good. Get everybody all roped in again for the big old fucking slide. What a big fucking sandpaper party that's gonna be, dude. I can't wait. By the way, AMD's already over 101. Google's bouncing off of 130 and hit 132. Yeah, no shit. Doesn't make any sense. You can't just assume that that's going and taking the sentiment of whatever the market was doing. That's got to be, I don't know, something's going on with that. Here comes Bitcoin 27 to give the market the old poke. Let's go, market. Just make sure that you're prepared to buy if you bought today, or not today, but if you bought like anything recently, know that there is a likelihood of downside, but a lot of buyers completely unsure when to buy and when to sell, and a lot of people are stepping in here. It's gonna be very interesting Friday, I think. That looks like we're going into support. Well, Doc, it takes an absolute retard. You got to shave a couple chromosomes down, you know, you got to go get some lipo, stick it in your ear. There's a lot of shit you got to do to be this fucked up. But keep in mind that I make jokes and I might go and give myself shit, but I promise you there's nobody that's gonna outwork me. And that's the reason why I genuinely try to understand this shit. Like, something that's not a job, it's something I enjoy watching just as stock charts. So the fact that I can go and profit off of this information or found a way to go and sustain a living, definitely a good feeling. I just don't think that just because I go and can trade a decent amount of money and get a decent return, doesn't mean that I haven't gone and experienced the extreme highs and extreme lows of both sides of those trades, where you get ripped for 119% and you didn't even realize that could happen, or where it rips for you 119% and you have a great day. But like, you got to take what you're doing every day very seriously, and you got to take every moment with the understanding of you're not necessarily trying to always go and add to it. You're not trying to always go and create a trade to go and add to the portfolio. You're literally just trying to fucking give everybody the 2-piece in the soda that tries to walk up and touch your goddamn trust of money that you've created. You want to always go and protect your portfolio, and sometimes protecting your portfolio is not trading it. Why did this fucking thing just decide to do this?
company CEFC to make millions off of branding Joe Biden. Hunter even arranged for Joe Biden to share office space with the CCP-aligned company CEFC. My Democrat colleagues say none of this is relevant because Joe complete and total bullshit. It's a lie. Hunter Biden referred to access to his father as the keys to his family's only asset. Those words are going to come back and haunt Hunter Biden and his family forever. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released an FBI memo on the interview they had with Tony Bobulinski, a former Biden partner in crime. I'll read a bit of that right now. The work conducted by CEFC, Gilliar, Walker, Hunter Biden, James Biden, and Yee over the preceding 2 years was discussed in detail. In particular, CEFC was closing significant investment deals in Poland, Kazakhstan, Romania, and the Middle East during a period of time. Period of time is in reference to the years 2015 and 2016, when guess what? Joe Biden was vice president. As an aside, Rob Walker, in previous testimony, also confirmed that Joe Biden attended a meeting with the head of CEFC. We know CEFC was working with family while Joe Biden was vice president, and I'll continue reading from Tony Bobulinski's report. Because Joe Biden was still vice president during this time period. There is a concern it would be improper for payments to be made to Hunter Biden and James Biden by CEFC due to its close affiliation with the Chinese government. Hunter Biden and James Biden both wanted to be compensated for the assistance they had provided to CEFC's ventures. In particular, they believe he owed them money for the benefits that accrued to CEFC through its use of the Biden family name to advance their business dealings. Coincidentally, were paid over $1 million by CCP affiliated Chinese company because it was back pay. I'm going to show another image. This is a text message between Hunter Biden and Gong Wendong, an agent of CEFC. Hunter says, "My uncle will be here with his brother," in all caps, "who would like to say hello to the chairman." He goes on, "Jim's brother, if he's coming, wants to say hello." His uncle's brother. I wonder who that could be. I can't quite figure it out. Hunter puts brother in all caps, and it doesn't take a genius to figure, but since I'm not always dealing with genius, and DC has been illustrated today, I'll spell it out. The brother of Hunter's uncle, Jim, is Joe Biden. Is Hunter so secretive about his father? I'm going to tell you why. It's because Joe Biden didn't want the American people to know he and his family were getting paid millions and millions of dollars, closely tied to the Chinese Communist Party. CEFC knew paying Biden family members was bad, so they covered it. Hunter knew Joe Biden hanging out with CCP businessmen would be a bad look, so he tried to pull a genius with this whole "my uncle's brother" bullshit. We already know the president took bribes from Burisma. I also want to add, betraying your country is treason. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this text message between Hunter Biden and Gong Wendong and the FBI memo regarding their interview with Tony Bobulinski, showing Joe Biden's CFC during his vice presidency.
Without objection, so ordered.
Professor Turley, we got 30 seconds. Reviewing cases of fraud, do people who are conducting legitimate business usually go through these efforts and hoops to keep foreign entanglements hidden?
Yeah, the issue with influence peddling is that it can, in some circumstances, but it's not something that necessarily is public. The public does not buy into the idea that you can sell your family brand if it's influence peddling. So what happens with influence peddling is that you often have the commissioners that conceal it and to take steps so that it's not public. That may include, but it's not necessarily the reason in this case, but it may include failure to pay taxes, a failure to register as a foreign agent. And part of the purpose of an inquiry is to see if there is a linkage between those acts and, more importantly, a linkage to the president. Can I briefly respond to the earlier attack? Or you may have additional your time.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, the gentlelady time,
okay,
but we'll work with you on that because I do think you need to respond to that ridiculous statement. Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Turley, you testified or in your written statement about best practices for the House, and you say it's not legally required for the House to vote to have an inquiry, but it is a best practice. Could you explain why you think it is the best practice for the House to have that vote?
Certainly. I think that what the courts have said is it's not required, as you noted, so it's not a condition for the initiation of an inquiry. I just think it is a good practice. Whether it occurs after the initiation, I think still a vote of the entire House brings the solemnity and the weight to the decision. And I do think it's one of the best practices that I suggested in my testimony.
And what would it mean if weren't there? I mean, hypothetically, if they had a vote and 10 or 20 people voted for it, I mean, you're a student of constitutional history. What would that say? I mean, why is it important in your view as the best practice to have majority support like this?
I think that the members to take this process seriously, and part of that is to go on the record whether you believe there's grounds for an inquiry. So I think that in terms of the best practices, that gives, I think, the weight of the House to the efforts. And so that's the reason I criticized the move of Speaker Pelosi.
And it would pause if there was a vote which said that the House didn't think that there should be an inquiry, right? I mean, you would give that weight as a constitutional scholar, correct? I mean,
if the House as a body said that there should not be an inquiry, then clearly that has, on the merits of the inquiry, that has some weight.
So it would be your recommendation to Speaker McCarthy today to bring up that vote, correct, for a House inquiry?
I've always said that I thought it was a best practice.
And your recommendation to him today, I mean, he's listening, I'm sure his staff are, would be bring that vote to the House floor?
I always think it's a good idea to bring it to the House.
And it would be your testimony, based on what you've said, that if that vote failed, that should have some real consideration in whether we go forward with this. I mean, let's put members on the road. Because my view is they don't have the votes. I think it's going to be a very lopsided vote against it, and that's why they're not bringing it to the floor.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Let me ask you this. You also said that I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment. And I want to be careful because you said it, you think it supports an inquiry, but not the articles of impeachment themselves. So I want to be precise in what you've said. Can you explain to the committee and the country why you believe that the current evidence does not support the articles of impeachment today?
Well, at the moment, these are allegations, and there is some credible evidence there that is the basis of the allegations.
But I understand that, and I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning what you don't think today, if you were going to vote, if this was the case, you would vote no, correct?
On this evidence, certainly, because the inquiry...
Okay, and my question is, if someone said to you, okay, Mr. Turley, why are you voting not to impeach President Biden based on this evidence? Where do you think the evidence is lacking? Where does it not rise to the level where you think it needs to be? What are the places that you think is missing?
Well, I said in my testimony that the key here that the committee has to drill down on is whether they can establish a linkage with the influence peddling, which is a form of corruption, and the president, whether he had knowledge, whether he participated, whether he encouraged it. We simply don't know, and we don't even know if this was an illusion. But you can't find the answers to that. I mean, the back end of these financial transactions, which I have read is where the committee's going, may shed light on that. But without that type of nexus, then no, I don't.
And currently it's your testimony that nexus has not been established, correct?
No, I think that's the purpose of the inquiry. Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with, have you read Ken Buck's op-ed in the Washington Post, where he basically was one of the Republicans, which is why I think it'd be a lopsided vote against an inquiry, saying that evidence doesn't exist?
I did, and I respect members of both parties that can stand alone. He has his reasons for that. I personally think that the threshold for an inquiry has been surpassed, that you have a duty to inquire as to these allegations, but that's not presupposing what you're going to find.
Just to summarize then, it's your formal recommendation to the Speaker to have a vote on the inquiry, and it is also your testimony today that today, you would vote no on impeachment on the current evidence.
And when Speaker Pelosi took this step, I gave the same advice, that I think it's a best practice to go to the floor.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Ms. McClain from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I start with my line of questioning, I just want to make two comments. Professor Gerhardt, I love the analogy that you used about the speeding ticket with Hunter Biden. Let me also see if you would agree with this analogy. If a criminal pulls a trigger for a murder, he's guilty, right? And we can prove it. But don't you also agree with me if somebody ordered that hit, we would charge him too? It's interesting that you don't use that analogy. That's number one. Number
I have
two,
a reason for not using it, but yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit the narrative is the reason.
No, because
number
there's
two,
no
I'm
evidence
amazed at, and I love the fact that Trump lives rent-free in the Democrats' heads every day. That is a beautiful thing, even though we're here talking about the impeachment inquiry of Joe Biden. With that said, I want to talk about the damning evidence of Joe Biden's role in his family's business schemes in Romania. While Joe Biden was president, directly involved in the United States policy and anti-corruption efforts in Romania. That's a fact. On May 21st, 2014, the then Vice President Biden did an anti-corruption speech in Romania, right? On September 28th, 2015, the president visited with the then Vice President Biden, the Romanian president visited with the then Vice Biden at the White House to discuss anti-corruption efforts, right? Got a theme of corruption, anti-corruption, right? Gabriel Popovich, a corrupt Romanian oligarch, is the subject of a criminal probe. He's a subject of a criminal probe and prosecution for corruption and bribery in Romania. This committee has reviewed transactions showing that the Biden family money from a foreign company run by this Russian oligarch, corrupt Gabriel Popovich. 5 weeks after the Romanian visited with Vice President Biden, Popovich begins paying Hunter Biden and his associates, Rob Walker, through his company, Bladen Enterprises. The money from Bladen Enterprises is deposited directly into Robinson Walker LLC. Now, this LLC is directly operated by Hunter's known business partner, Rob Walker. These are all facts, right, that we found through the investigation. In November 2015 and again in March 2016, Hunter Biden, who is not registered as a foreign agent under FARA, meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania. Red flag. Then, coincidentally, over $1 million flows to the Bidens. I'm not much for coincidences, and I don't think the American people are either. Let's run through the numbers together. Between November 2015 and May 2017, Bladen Enterprises deposited over $3 million into Robinson Walker's LLC business account. But then the Biden family accounts received more than $1 million from Robinson Walker's accounts after these deposits were made. Ironically, 16 of those 17 payments occurred while Joe Biden was vice president. Now, I think most Americans would find it suspicious that ironically, these payments ended shortly after Joe Biden left office. Another coincidence. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Oversight Committee's May 10, 2023 Second Bank Records Memorandum showing Joe Biden's involvement in his family's business schemes in Romania.
Without objection, so ordered.
I see three problems here. One, while Joe Biden is touting anti-corruption efforts in Romania, Hunter Biden is employed by a corrupt Romanian oligarch. Interesting. In direct violation of FARA, Hunter Biden meets with the U.S. ambassador to Romania while being paid by Gabriel Popovich. What was Hunter Biden selling to the Romanian oligarchs for millions of dollars? I'd still like to see a contract of that. Professor Turley, I know I'm almost out of time, but you've previously said that Hunter Biden could be charged under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Can you explain why?
Gentlelady's time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Much of the conduct described in these disclosures does seem to fit what we saw with the charges of Paul Manafort in terms of being a foreign agent. Some of this does appear to be that type of lobbying on the part of Hunter Biden. The failure to register as an agent, of course, helped conceal that, but that's not necessarily the motivation behind it. The question is, should he have registered as a foreign agent during the course of this conduct? And it just seems to me, looking at the Paul Manafort indictment, that there's considerable overlap in terms of the type of actions taken.
Perhaps there's a two-tier justice system. With
Mr.
that,
Chairman,
I yield back.
May I ask unanimous consent to enter Ms. McLean's chart into the record?
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mafume from Maryland for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did not plan to, but I'd like to follow up on the gentlewoman's comments and assertions about Romania and Hunter Biden and the fact that he worked for a Romanian executive facing corruption charges. The problem with that is that Rudy Giuliani also worked for that person and a former FBI director. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent that a New York Times piece entitled "Giuliani is Drawing Attention to Hunter Biden's Work in Romania, but There's a Problem" be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to this Burisma theory because it seems to me that if that's what's triggered all of this, and we are sitting here now wasting precious time while the country is about to shut down, and it's all found its genesis with Rudy Giuliani, that we ought to have Rudy Giuliani here. Now, I know there was a motion made earlier. I'd like to disaggregate that motion without mentioning the other person's name and offer a motion again that Rudy Giuliani be required to come before this committee. Is there a second? And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask that the clock be paused while the...
Pause the clock.
Thank you.
Mr. Groffman. Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman.
Motion to table.
Motion made to table by Mr. Groffman. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Fox. So I guess we'll have a vote on Mr. Groffman's motion to table Mr. Mafume's motion.
This is about Giuliani, right?
Yes. Okay. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor say
I'd like
aye.
a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr.
All those
Chairman, I
opposed,
request
no.
recorded.
No.
He's requested a recorded
In the
vote.
opinion of the chair, the motion has it. The ayes.
I'd request a recorded vote now.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please get ready to have a recorded vote? Another motion by the minority party. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer. I can't hear you. There's a motion for a temporary recess. Is there a second? Motion.
There's already a motion on the floor.
I'd like a recorded
12
vote.
o'clock, them a bathroom break.
There's already a floor.
Here's a motion and it's mine.
Okay.
Point.
All right, would the clerk please report? Call the roll. Will the clerk call the roll?
To be clear, this is on the motion to table Mr. Mfushin for unanimous consent to call Rudy Giuliani as a witness before the Oversight Committee. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, what are we voting on?
This is a motion by Mr. Groffman to table the motion by Mr. Mifune to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
Got it. Doesn't seem to have a lot to do with this. I'll vote aye.
Ms. Mace votes aye. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Burchett. Ms. Green. Ms. McLean. Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Mfume.
Mfume votes no.
Mr. Mfume votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Nay.
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes nay. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Brown. Ms. Stansbury. Ms. Stansbury votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar. Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman votes aye. How is Mr. Fallon from Texas recorded?
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Fallon is not yet recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Fallon votes aye.
How is Mr. Langworthy from New York recorded?
Mr. Langworthy is not recorded. Mr. Langworthy votes aye.
How is Mr. Timmons from South Carolina recorded?
Mr. Timmons is not yet recorded. Mr. Timmons votes aye.
How is Mr. Gosar from Arizona recorded?
Mr. Gosar is not recorded. Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Connolly is not yet recorded. Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy is not yet recorded. Mr. Krishnamurthy votes no.
How is Mr. Armstrong recorded?
Mr. Armstrong is voted aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Mace is recorded as voting aye.
How is Mr. Donalds from Florida recorded?
Mr. Donalds is not yet recorded. Mr. Donalds votes yes.
Madam Clerk, how am I
Any other-
recorded?
Okay.
Have I been recorded? Madam Clerk, it's Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Raskin, you are recorded as voting no. Mr. Gomez, you're recorded as voting no.
How am I recorded? Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, how am I recorded?
Ms. Ocasio-Cortez is recorded as voting no. Ms. Brown is not yet recorded.
Okay.
Ms. Brown votes no.
All right, will the clerk please tally the votes?
And on this vote, the ayes are 18.
The motion to table passed. Food for your final 3.5 minutes.
My time, and I ask the question, where is Rudy Giuliani? That's how we got here, ladies and gentlemen. And this committee before us and put him on the record. Shame. And the question was raised, what does this have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Professor Gerhardt, in your testimony, you said in every impeachment inquiry, beforehand, the House has identified some evidence of wrongdoing.
Sir.
Professor Gerhardt, impeachment inquiries typically utilized as a frontline tool to go fishing or for the first time go seeking evidence?
No, sir.
Professor Gerhardt, would you say that House Republicans have made an unprecedented
It strikes me that it
MAGA Republicans in particular have misused its resources and the taxpayer dollars in this prolonged investigation that has gone on for a year, subpoenaing documents, having hearings, providing boxes of evidence, and no doing.
Sir, I appreciate the question. I'm not sure who the MAGA.
I can point them out to you.
Mr.
Now,
Chairman,
here's
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that gentleman, the Republican he's referring to, he said
I'm reclaiming my time. Ladies and gentlemen, this clock is showing what's happening to our and over again, not any doing by Biden, trying to may or may not have done too. People are going to be hurt when this time runs out. The wicked witch is standing there. These are children. These are women. These are military officers and soldiers. These are law enforcement officers. These are senior citizens looking for paychecks for Social Security. Why in the hell are we? Why don't we be honest? If it were so important, it could wait. Government and protecting the people who pay taxes here. But we want to play games with all of this. So where is Rudy Giuliani right now? I'd like to know. We can bring him before this, like we've brought these witnesses, everybody else. I yield time to the ranking member.
Well, I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Baltimore for his comments here. And appreciate the fact that you introduced a motion to subpoena Giuliani before I'd introduced the motion to subpoena Giuliani and Lev Parnas. And Lev Parnas wrote us a long letter saying that all of this is based on a fraud. He went all over with Rudy Giuliani looking to find.
Is he alleging that China money was a fraud?
Are you asking me to yield? Are you asking me to yield? What is your question, Mr. Chairman?
What fraud are you?
Well, I've introduced in the record, in case you haven't read it yet, the letter that Lev Parnas wrote to you, and he coughed this wild goose chase.
Because of China money that the Bidens have received?
No, because all of this is based on the Burisma conspiracy.
The China money's based on the Burisma.
Well, I've seen a lot of China money.
Mr.
that went to the
Mafume's
Trump
time's
family, if that's
expired.
what you're referring to.
Someone can yield now. It's Dr. Fox from North Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is not a game. This is serious, and I think at the end it will be proven to the American people that this is serious business, and we need to get on with it. We need to have the other side to stop games. Ms. O'Connor, in a column published in the Wall Street Journal, you stated that the typical of IRS criminal tax lawyers is, quote, common knowledge in the tax enforcement. Can you explain where this timidity comes from?
I don't know this sort. Thank you for the question, but it is common knowledge in the tax enforcement community. Tax charges that are going to be, in order to inform itself, the special agent report is provided to the tax division. Before it gets to the tax division, IRS criminal tax attorneys review it. They are because I'm sorry, having trouble answering this, but
let me give you some more guidance.
Okay.
Or bringing lawyers as you're providing advisory views in a special report. Is that correct?
Right, and they are advisory only. And the IRS, as any prosecutor is very determined to have a very high conviction rate. So they will win it.
All right. So can you describe a typical special agent and the special agent report specific to Hunter Biden's?
Certainly. The whistleblowers have testified that nearly 1,000 pages were provided in the special agent report. But also every bit of evidence that they found that supported each element of each crime for each year for which they were recommending charges.
Okay, let me follow up again, please. More than a year after DOJ's tax division received this report, the division created a 99-page memorandum supporting the recommended charges. Is that correct?
I might be wrong about how long it took the tax division. I've seen other information suggesting it was a much shorter period of time.
But they did do that.
I understand that the tax division did produce a 99-page memo authorizing all the charges the special agents had recommended.
Thank you. So, Ms. O'Connor, you said DOJ's tax division recommended 6 felonies and 5 misdemeanors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Hunter Biden was only initially charged with 2 counts of willful failure to pay federal income taxes as part of the plea deal. Is that correct?
Right, for just 2 years.
And these are misdemeanors.
Right.
Okay. But the maximum penalty for these charges is a fine of $25,000 as well as up to 1 year in federal prison. Is that correct?
Or both.
Or both. Yet Hunter Biden owed more than $100,000 in both 2017 and 2018, correct?
That's what the criminal information alleged. I think that's a ballpark figure.
Okay. Based on the answers you just provided, it's extremely difficult to believe that an individual who is not the son of the sitting U.S. president would be treated this way. We're told the Department of Justice treats all citizens equally under the law. But based on the evidence this committee has presented, that is not what happened in Delaware. Based on your experience, would you agree that that's not what happened in Delaware?
Exactly, and it was particularly galling because just in the next state, in New Jersey, a mechanic was being sentenced to 2 years for having not paid like $100,000 in taxes.
So, in this case, there was not equal justice under the law being proposed.
Absolutely not.
It was totally unequal justice. That is not what this country stands for. We want everybody being treated the same under the law, and my colleagues should feel the same way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Good lady yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Lev Parnas, who Mr. Raskins continues to refer to. It's actually a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. It's Lev Parnas sentenced to 20 months in prison for campaign finance, wire fraud, and false statement offenses.
Yeah, he worked with
Without
Rudy
objection,
Giuliani.
so ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, it has been repeated, and I would also like to repeat that the allegations being presented by the majority are extremely serious, and the prospect of impeachment is also a gravely serious matter, which has been echoed by our witnesses today. And any serious impeachment investigation or inquiry relies on firsthand sworn testimony of witnesses to high crimes or misdemeanors. Today, the Republican majority has called in 3 witnesses to advance their case. Mr. Turley, I have a simple question for you. In your testimony today, are you presenting any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
No, I'm not.
No, you are not. Ms. O'Connor, you are the second Republican witness here today. Have you, in your testimony, presented any firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dubinsky, as the third and final Republican witness in this hearing, your firsthand witness account of crimes committed by the President of the United States?
I have not.
And Professor Gerhardt, given that you are the minority, would assume, correct?
I'm not a fact witness, correct.
Thank you. And to clarify, 2 individuals presented today who do have firsthand accounts surrounding the progeny of these allegations are being blocked from testifying by the Republican majority. And I want to explain why this is important. Members of Congress, all of us in this hearing, are not under oath, as we are presently covered by the speech and debate clause. Isn't that correct, Professor Gerhardt?
That is correct.
And the speech and debate clause covers all statements by a member of Congress, whether they are factual or not. There are only 4 people in this room that are presently under oath in their testimony, and those are the 4 witnesses here today. Is that correct, Professor Gerhardt?
That is correct.
And so the direct testimony of the 4 individual witnesses here today are the bona fide words that this committee must use in order to proceed or substantiate an investigation. And I want to emphasize why that's important. Earlier today, one of our colleagues, a gentleman from Florida, presented up on this screen something that appeared to be a screenshot of a text message containing or insinuating an explosive allegation. That screenshot of what appeared to be a text message was a fabricated image. It was a fabricated image. I don't know where it came from. I don't know if it was the staff of the committee, but it was not the actual direct screenshot from that phone. And in fact, I would like to submit to the committee the actual full context from the Ziegler Affidavit number 1, Exhibit 402, of the full text of that exchange. Do I have permission from the chair? Importantly, what was brought out from that fabricated image excluded critical context that changed the underlying meaning and allegation that was presented up on that screen by this committee and by members of this committee. Now, they are well within their right to do that because they are covered by the speech and debate clause. This was not submitted by a material or fact witness under oath. That was not submitted by a material or fact witness under oath. The impeachment inquiry, any impeachment inquiry, regardless of party, is an extremely serious matter. Professor Gerhardt, in the impeachment inquiry into President Clinton, were there key fact witnesses that were presented during those proceedings?
They were not in the House.
In the Senate, were there any?
There were.
There were in the Senate. Now, in the impeachment, in the impeachment investigations with respect to President Trump, were there key material fact witnesses in the House?
Yes, ma'am.
There were. Are there any key material fact witnesses here today?
No, ma'am.
None. And so we are wasting our time. When we talk about a threshold of an impeachment inquiry, was there a House floor vote that had a majority of members of Congress that opened an impeachment inquiry into President Clinton?
There was.
There was. Was there a full House floor vote opening an impeachment inquiry into President Trump?
In 2019.
Is there one here for this one?
Not for this one.
There is not one here for this one. This is an embarrassment. An embarrassment to the time and people of this country. And I would ask that the chair and I would ask that this committee elevate to the promise of our duties here and comport ourselves with the consistency and practice that is required of our seats and our duty and our oath to our responsibilities here. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Goffin for 5 minutes from Wisconsin.
Okay, I'm concerned about the seriousness of these allegations. And what bothers me a little is that I'm beginning to think Americans are beginning to think this behavior by the Biden family is normal. I'm kind of afraid that they're going to say, well, President Biden's a politician. They're going to look at the news with regard to Senator Menendez the last couple of weeks, and they're just going to say this is how it works. I don't think it's the way it works. I think this is this corruption that appears to be, we have all sorts of smoke, maybe not fire, but all sorts of smoke, is almost an historic low for our country. And it deserves a strong response from this body. Look at Senator Menendez's latest indictment. There's no tolerance for putting yourself before your constituents, unless it seems your last name is Biden. I applaud my Democratic colleagues who've asked Senator Menendez to resign, but we know how that ends. There'll be a new Democrat to replace him, no political risk. But here we're talking about the presidency. If the response is, well, Hunter Biden wasn't an elected politician, I have to know just what was Hunter Biden selling. We can't become numb to these facts. The allegations are extraordinary. In fact, I'm not aware of these type of allegations where we have a sitting president accused of bribery, accused of taking payments, whether it be directly or through his family. And these are not empty allegations. We continue to have evidence. Just look at what's come in just the past couple of days. Is President Biden compromised? And it's particularly relevant because of the interaction between our country and Ukraine, interaction between our country and China. Doesn't look good, and the facts demand we continue to investigate. Mr. Turley, I want you to really discuss how historic this really is. What do you think is what do you think is the most concerning piece of evidence that you heard of today?
I think the most concerning, obviously, you have to start with the bribery allegation that was the subject of the FD 1023. Now, I say in the testimony that you have to only take that so far because you have a lot of information about a secondhand account. But when you put it into the context of this labyrinth of accounts and companies used to transfer money, and you have the statements of Hunter Biden, that's what makes this a credible inquiry. And the question is, did the president know? Did he encourage this type of corruption? And the key here, once again, which is what I stressed in the testimony, is you have to begin with a recognition that what Hunter Biden and his associates were doing was corrupt. That's what influence peddling is. It's a form of corruption that our country globally has combated. Now, the only question is for an inquiry is whether that body of corruption, which it is, also encompass the actions or the knowledge of the President of the United States. The only way you will be able to get that information is to follow this evidence. And what I suggest is you do so without any prejudice, you do so without any assumptions. In fact, I hope that the president will be able to show that there is no such nexus. But you won't get those answers until you ask these questions.
So we're really obligated to have this inquiry.
I believe it's your duty to determine if the president is involved in what is a known form of corruption. And that's what I believe has already been described. I believe many people have accepted that this was influence peddling in its rawest form.
Okay, could you elaborate for us the impact bribery of a public official can have on the execution of their duties? And how about if it was the president? Can you explain why the American public ought to care about this?
Well, Alexander Hamilton talked about impeachment in Federalist 65 as a violation of the public trust. And that's really what this ultimately goes to. I'm hoping that there's not much disagreement that public corruption falls within an impeachable offense, because if it does not, then it makes a mockery of what the framers were talking about. During the Clinton impeachment, Michael and I testified, and there was a lot of, I think, good faith discussion between us and the other experts as to the executive function theory and what constitutes an impeachable offense. I would hope that it would be agreed that if a nexus was established with the president, that he participated in the corruption of influence peddling, that it would be a potential impeachable offense, or it would be the basis of an impeachment.
We have millions of dollars flowing to the Biden family. That's been proven overwhelmingly. Are you aware of any precedent in this country where there's been any case of bribery and corruption of a public official or of a president? Historical precedent in this country. We're on.
Gentleman's time's expired, but please answer the question, Mr. Turley.
Certainly, this has the assumption, as the ranking member, has contested the degree to which the to the Biden, that has to be, as the ranking member said, it has to be established. But no, in terms of the figures, I've been a critic of influence peddling by both Republicans and Democrats for 3 decades. I've been writing about this a long time. Influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington, D.C., and this city is awash with it. But have I seen anything of this size and complexity? No. Just as an observer, no. But we still need to know the scope of this and whether all of these financial transfers link the president in any regard, and I'm not assuming that it does.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous...
Chair now recognizes Mr.
Unanimous consent motion just to introduce an October 2020 article in Politico where Mykola Zlochevsky, who was the source of the FD 1023 that Mr. Turley just referenced, stated that neither he nor anyone else from Burisma ever had any contact with Vice President Biden or people working for him during Hunter Biden's engagement.
Without objection to order, Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we sit here just 2 days away from a complete government shutdown, House Republicans want to distract the American public from their funding failure with a baseless impeachment inquiry lacking facts and foundation. This preventable shutdown threatens the livelihood of millions of federal workers, small business owners, seniors, and veterans, all of whom live in the districts of every member on this committee. In my home state of Ohio, nearly 60,000 federal workers will either be furloughed or forced to work without pay. I cannot overstate the impact this Republican shutdown will have on mothers and babies receiving WIC. In Ohio, there are 180,000 women, children, and infants whose benefits will be at risk. And in case that statistic isn't sinking in, let me just paint the picture for you. A new mother in Cleveland is trying to buy infant formula for her baby at the grocery store next week, only to discover that she has no WIC benefits to access. She cannot pay. If Speaker McCarthy and our Republican colleagues continue to value their egos over the well-being of American families, stories like this will become a terrifying reality for millions. Yet, House Republicans continue to prioritize political warfare over people's welfare. The Speaker seems committed to promoting political gains and protecting people's benefits over protecting people's benefits. Americans and our economy are being held hostage to the demands of the most extreme members of his party. It is painfully clear that Speaker McCarthy has once again handed control of the People's House to MAGA extremists. Rather than work with Democrats to get us out of the mess they created, Republicans are tripping over themselves trying to distract and deflect the American people with this shameful show. The Department of Justice and the FBI under former President Trump spent five long years looking into these Republican conspiracy theories and debunked them repeatedly. So now, in a vain attempt to deflect from the chaos and confusion they are causing, House Republicans want to dig them up yet again. So, Professor Gerhardt, what would you say is the primary flaw in the House Republicans' claims about President Biden?
Well, I suppose I could say a lot, but the problem is that the dots are not connected. The name that's been repeated most often in this hearing is Hunter Biden, not President Biden. And the point of an impeachment inquiry is not about a president's son. It has to be about the president himself. And I don't think those dots have been connected. There have been lots of assumptions, lots of accusations, but not evidence.
Thank you. These falsehoods about President Biden didn't change the will of the people in November 2020, yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are at it again, holding another hearing on baseless allegations, looking for facts that just don't exist. Instead of fulfilling our duty to govern, my colleagues threaten a government shutdown, dangerous for most and disastrous for our most vulnerable communities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield my time to Ranking Member.
I would urge you to yield to Mr. Goldman.
I will yield to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague. Ms. O'Connor, I believe you testified before that the 99-page DOJ tax memo gave a full authorization for the charges. Is that your testimony?
That is what the whistleblowers reported.
Actually, the whistleblowers reported that it was a discretion finding. And since you worked in the DOJ tax division, I'm sure you understand that there is full authorization, there is discretion, and there is declination. And when they give a discretion determination, that is because there are serious holes and flaws, and they leave it to the discretion of the U.S. attorney whether or not they want to charge it. Isn't that correct?
No, not at all. Discretion is not based on holes and flaws. It's based on the ability of that particular district to prosecute that case. And in fact, that 99-page memo is referred to several times in the testimony.
Excuse me.
And
What do you mean
only
the
in one
ability?
time did it mention discretion. All the other times it did not mention discretion at all. And
So you're disputing that it said
Gentleman's
discretion?
time, gentleman's
Are you
time has
disputing that it said
expired. Chair
discretion?
now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very disturbed about what I've heard here today. There's a saying among country lawyers that if you have the facts, you pound the facts. If you don't have the facts, you pound the table. When you can't pound the table, I guess some of my Democratic colleagues choose to pound the witnesses. That was inexcusable. What just happened in this committee, attacking the witnesses personally instead of addressing the merits of the evidence being presented, indicates to me that my Democratic colleagues know the evidence is becoming increasingly conclusive. It reminds me of a line from a movie, A Few Good Men, Jack Nicholson, "You can't handle the truth." The evidence will either convict or acquit in any criminal proceeding or civil proceeding. If there's no wrongdoing, the evidence or the lack of evidence will support that conclusion. The problem of the suspicion of wrongdoing is compounded by the withholding of evidence, the misrepresentation of the evidence in hand, and the obstruction of an investigation but not denying access to information that would be or could be evidence. At this point, there's a growing public perception, and it's reflected in the polls, Mr. Chairman, that President Biden, his son Hunter, other family members, and business associates were engaged in some form of criminal activity. It is the responsibility of this committee to pursue the truth and report it to the American people. I'm not sure that's what's happening on the other side with my colleagues. It is vitally important that our efforts be conducted openly, without prejudice, with no other agenda other than arriving at the truth, regardless of our politics. It is vitally important. As Professor Turley has pointed out, you don't undertake an impeachment inquiry lightly. This has profound implications for the future of this country and our ability to govern ourselves. We have seen repeatedly obstruction efforts to deny this committee access to information that's material to this investigation. Now, I want to ask Professor Turley a question. In your view, could the promise of foreign access to any government official, whether it's the vice president or anybody else, that only materially benefited a family member, could that be influence peddling?
Yes, and as I point out in the testimony, courts have found that various benefits to family members can be attributed as a benefit to the principal. That has included everything from throwing a golf contest in the favor of a son of a politician to paying for gifts. In fact, I was lead counsel in the last Porteous trial, in the last impeachment trial for a judge, and that was the trial in the U.S. Senate. My client, Judge Porteous, was accused, among other things, of benefits going to his family. And so there's certainly precedent, not only in criminal cases, but in impeachment cases for making that next.
Okay, I want to be more specific. If Vice President Biden used his office to influence domestic or foreign policy for the financial benefit of his son, even though Vice President Biden may never have received a dime, but it resulted in millions of dollars going to his son or his brother or other family members or business associates, and used his office to influence either domestic or foreign policy for their benefit, could that be a violation of the public trust?
Absolutely. In fact, it's perhaps the most quintessential violation of the public trust, because you're not acting in the public's interest. It's a form of public corruption that this government, this country, has declared as corrupt in other countries around the world. Sir, I don't want to jump on your time because I know you all have important things to do, but I would like to respond to the attack that you mentioned.
You may do so.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to explain what that attack dealt with, if nothing else, for members of the committee than for my 3 children here, who may be a little surprised by what they just heard. As they, I think, know, I've spent my life challenging what is called morals legislation. What the Democratic member attacked me for are laws that dictate to others how they should live their lives. Some of those laws have been used against gay and lesbian couples. They've been used against minorities. The individual that the member described, I condemned. I represented the sister wives in a case challenging that law on the basis of individual rights. The trial court ruled in our favor and struck down that law, the first time that type of law had ever been struck down. The 10th Circuit later dismissed on technical grounds. But I just want to end with one other thing, and that is, it's not going to make a difference. You know, this has become a pattern of witnesses, whistleblowers, FBI agents, journalists being attacked in Congress. It won't make any difference. It won't change the constitutional standard. It won't negate any evidence that you have. But at some point, you've got to say enough. You know, that we have to have something, the public has to have something in Congress to look to have faith. And I have to tell you, it's not that I think that absurd attack meant any difference to my children or to the people that are watching. It makes a difference to our process. Witnesses should not have to...
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt Professor Turley, but could our witness get equal time then? Because we're over a minute over.
has
Chairman,
your
I
witness?
think gentleman's time has expired. He responded to the false allegations by your members, and I apologize for how you all been treated. I apologize to the American people watching this hearing for the parliamentary stunts that the other side has pulled. I think people in America care about public corruption. The title of this hearing is an impeachment inquiry. And I think that Mr. Turley's done a good job explaining the basis for why we need to take impeachment inquiry and move forward. We have led this investigation, and now we need the impeachment inquiry status as we move forward to get the information that we have been obstructed by this administration and by this family. And that's what the purpose of this hearing is. Don't create another false narrative. With that, the chair recognizes
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Gomez
Chairman.
from California.
Mr. Chairman, well, what obstruction were you referring to there?
Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico. Mr. Gomez was next on the thing, but Ms. Stansberry, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Donald Trump for calling this hearing today, as it demonstrates the House GOP and Donald Trump's continued attacks on our institutions and on our democracy, and the House GOP's complete inability to govern in a serious manner. As they're holding this hearing, as we see just 2 days before a potential devastating government shutdown, and the fact that most Republican members on this committee didn't even bother to show up for the hearing this morning. Their own star witness said right here in this committee this morning that he doesn't even believe that there's enough evidence to meet the standards needed for impeachment. And in doing this, our colleagues across the aisle are making a mockery of this institution and of our Constitution, peddling in conspiracy theories, peddling the conspiracy theories that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump themselves tried to get the American people to believe, and which Donald Trump's DOJ debunked. It's outrageous. So let's be clear about what this hearing actually is. It's an effort to undermine our democracy, to diminish Donald Trump's own 2 impeachments, his first impeachment for trying to illegally bribe a foreign government to help him with his campaign, and the second for a deadly insurrection, which they did was zip the Congress looking to execute the former vice president. And we know that Donald Trump has called for this impeachment inquiry because we have the direct evidence from his own social. You can see it right here. He says, impeach the bum. And we also know that he's been directly coordinating with members of this committee, as reported by the New York Times. Right here, a member of this committee has been briefing Donald Trump on this inquiry. We also know that if Donald Trump doesn't get his way, he wants his loyalists to shut down the government. How do we know that? Because he posted it right here on his social media. And his loyalists in this committee, who are doing his bidding for him today, retweeted it. And in fact, it actually says right here that the reason why they want to defund the government and impeach is because this is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me. So folks, this is not a serious inquiry. This is not a serious hearing. In fact, the witnesses here don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. Their own members don't even believe there's enough evidence to impeach. In fact, they refused to hold a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives because they didn't have enough Republican members who would vote for it. That's why we're here today. It's outrageous. So what is this hearing actually about? It's a campaign strategy. It's a misuse of official resources. It is this committee and loyalists of Donald Trump doing his bidding to bolster his chances of winning back the White House and securing their majority in the next election. And in the process, to diminish the name of impeachment, which is enshrined in the US Constitution, which we take an oath to uphold, and to make Donald Trump's crimes, including his 2 impeachments and his 91 criminal indictment counts, look like they're not serious crimes. When you think about it, it's chilling. It's truly chilling. It's another attack on our democracy and our institutions. It's another attack on fair and free elections and the use of this committee to try to carry it out. So I just want to say, I think it's obvious who the grand puppet master is here. He tweeted about it on his own social, and we see the long arm, but little hands, of Mr. Donald Trump, whose fingerprints are all over this hearing and this sham impeachment. But we know that the American people are smart, that they're not going to be fooled by what's happening here today, and especially as they shut the government down in 2 days with catastrophic impacts for our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Turley, Professor, we're going to be moving quickly here. Let us retract from the absurdities of 21st century Twitter. Let's go back to 1787, shall we? Article 2, Section 4, the Vice President, civil officers of the state shall be removed. Impeachment 4 of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. But high crimes and misdemeanors is not and never has been limited to indictable criminality. Mr. Turley, Professor, please tell us briefly, sir, what was the actual meaning in 1787 of high crimes and misdemeanors?
Well, this has been a matter of obviously robust debate for many decades. What we do know is that there were various terms that were offered and were rejected, the most famous being maladministration, and James Madison was uncomfortable with that. But they were also uncomfortable with limiting it to like treason and bribery.
Exactly. It was never designed to be limited by writ of statute. Was it, Professor? Would Madison argue that, quote unquote, betrayal of trust to foreign powers is an impeachable offense?
There are references into that type of betrayal of trust, but also if you take a look at past impeachments, they have gone to the violation of public trust, including the use of office to perpetuate false accounts or to obstruct this body.
Agreed. So impeachment is a mechanism of our congressional authority. It's not a criminal proceeding, is it, Professor?
It's not. What I've said previously is that I happen to believe you should start with the criminal code and look at things that would be crimes for others, because those resonate the most in terms.
And those criminal code violations would be revealed through the investigative effort of the congressional endeavor to inquire into impeachable offenses like this hearing. Would you agree?
That's right. This is the
moving
start.
quickly. There's one of the gentlemen said there's no credibility to this evidence. Let me say, as an investigator, there's perhaps no category of evidence that's more credible than bank records. And bank records is what we're working with. The House Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, Ways and Means Committee are investigating highly suspicious money transactions from foreign powers through shell companies to Biden family members. There's nothing more credible in an investigative effort, good sir, than bank records. I'm going to read from an email from Assistant United States Attorney Wolf, released by the House Committee on Ways and Means yesterday, identified as Exhibit 202 of the IRS whistleblower investigation. This email shows Ms. Wolf prohibiting the investigation team from looking into political figure one. Let me clarify that during that investigation, political figure one was a pseudonym agreed upon by the investigative team, the FBI, the DOJ, an IRS investigator. Political figure one is not a pseudonym created by Republicans or Democrats. Political figure one is President Biden. is Joe Biden. Leslie Wolf, as a priority, someone needs to redraft Attachment B. There should be nothing about political figure one in here. This is a response to an email delivered by Joshua Wilson, FBI agent, that said, please see the attached draft for Blue Star search warrant. Blue Star Strategies is a longtime Democrat lobbying firm that Hunter Biden used to put pressure on U.S. government officials to end the investigation and protect Burisma. The Department of Justice was investigating Blue Star for these activities and allowed to retroactively register as a foreign agent. Today, no one has been held accountable at Blue Star. That happened during 2020, just months before your presidential election, America. You should be very concerned about this. Mr. Turley, based upon the constitutional parameters of the House of Representatives, do you agree that our Oversight Committee, Judiciary Committee, and Ways and Means Committee should be judiciously investigating reasonable suspicion of impeachable actions by President Joe Biden?
I do. I think it is your duty to get answers to these questions and to see if the president was involved in what I think is a confirmed corrupt influence peddling effort.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired. I yield.
Chair now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I begin by recapping for the American people what we've seen so far today. My Democratic colleagues have done a great job of showing that there's absolutely zero evidence linking President Joe Biden to any wrongdoing. Zero, none. This hearing is a complete waste of time 2 days before a MAGA government shutdown. And we also know that Hunter Biden never held any sort of public office. And there is no evidence that he ever influenced any kind of policy in the White House. There's no evidence that he and his father's finances were ever linked, and we've spoken to many witnesses to prove that. And in fact, none of the witnesses here actually have any direct evidence that there's any sort of wrongdoing, and that was repeated here by these witnesses. So instead, we're back to falling on MAGA conspiracy theories that Rudy Giuliani parroted over and over again. This farce is all about House Republicans trying to re-elect their beloved leader, Donald Trump. And what I want to know is why we're not actually investigating real family corruption. They want to attack President Biden's family, who actually never worked in the White House, which is incredibly hypocritical. Yet we have not yet talked about these guys that actually worked in the White House. And in fact, I want to talk about Jared Kushner, who's right over here. We know that Jared Kushner, who's Donald Trump's son-in-law, was given enormous power in the White House. When Jared joined the White House, he was so unfit and unqualified and with so many conflicts of interest, he couldn't even get a security clearance. His father-in-law, Donald Trump, had to intervene, overriding national security officials. We also know that just months after Jared left the White House, the Saudi royal family gave him $2 billion, with a B, into the Kushner hedge fund. And right now, Jared is pocketing an additional $25 million a year in fees. This is a man who was put at the head of Middle East policy in the White House. We know he personally intervened to give the Saudis a $110 billion arms deal that was opposed by folks all across the government. He supported the Saudis with their brutal war in Yemen, even after they murdered Jamal Khashoggi, a journalist, of course, who was an American resident. The Saudi crown prince bragged to other heads of state that Kushner, and I quote, was in his pocket. Even Trump's first Secretary of State complained that this is inappropriate. Now, Jared delivered for the Saudis over and over again, and he was rewarded. Even advisors to the crown prince advised against the $2 billion hedge fund investment, yet he went forward anyways. So we know that Jared Kushner, a senior White House aide and Donald Trump's son-in-law, was doing favors for a foreign government. Now, this is actually an enormous family scandal that this committee should be investigating. And I think Chris Christie put it well when he said that the grift from this family, the Trump crime family, in my opinion, is breathtaking. You also need to take my word for it. But this is actually what our committee chairman actually said about the Kushners. I'm just quoting our chairman. I have been vocal that I think what Kushner did crossed the line of ethics. Now, Mr. Chairman, I completely agree that the Kushners crossed the line of ethics, and I want to know what we're going to do about it and when that hearing is actually going to be here in front of us. See, if we're not too busy, maybe next week during the Republican MAGA shutdown, we can actually have a hearing with Jared Kushner which is clearly in a very corrupt arms deal here, a deal around his investment firm. And the chairman can also be involved in that since he also thinks there's problems. Now, we do know today that we're not here because of any wrongdoing of President Biden, but because this is all part of Donald Trump's campaign. And his most extreme allies, including some members of this committee, are now retaliating. In fact, some members have been trying to impeach the president since day one. Now, this is a tweet here. I'm going to read it. It says, 2 years ago, I introduced articles to impeach Joe Biden on his first full day in office. We will impeach Biden, bolded with an exclamation point. And you see the actual resolution here. So we have the receipts to prove it. There really is no reason why. They don't care why they want to impeach the president, but they've been trying to do it now for years. Here you have, of course, a member of this oversight committee posting about introducing articles of impeachment on President Biden's very first day in office. And now the Speaker of the House is empowering these people in a desperate attempt to keep his job. Ultimately, the person pulling the strings here is Donald Trump, a dangerous man facing federal and state indictments who's out for revenge. And he's been doing this his whole career. And I want to show you a second tweet, again by a member of this committee. They're trying to expunge Donald Trump's impeachment, as you can see here, which is also unconstitutional. I'm going to read this tweet. Expunge the wrongful Trump impeachments. Impeach criminal Biden. These are political stunts to appeal to an extremist base, and they seize control of this conference. If we don't act, they'll threaten our democracy again. This impeachment is a farce with no evidence, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just
Mr.
add to the
Jordan.
gentleman's remarks that Jared Kushner was a key player in the historic
Is
Abraham
this a point of
Accord.
order?
All right, excuse me.
Is this a point of order?
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Gerhardt, you had been asked a question earlier that I heard a quick reply to, and the question was about the timing of a government shutdown and an impeachment. You quickly responded, never. Do you want to revise or extend that remark about the timing of a government shutdown and an impeachment occurring at about the same time? And you said never.
I understand the question, and if you're talking about 2019,
I am.
there was not a shutdown.
There was not. There's not now.
I understand, but
There's not now. So the people on this side are simply taking advantage of your answer. In fact, the indictment, the impeachment of Donald Trump was December 18th, 2019, and then the president signed the funding of the government December 21st, 2019, 3 days later. So the question that you were asked, perhaps you responded to correctly, never. But in fact, there is a nexus that suggests that people on this side of the dais are taking it the wrong way. Second, Mr. Chairman, I also find that some of our members are talking about baseless accusations of a government shutdown. All you have to do is go to Google, Ohio, to apply it for WIC, which was the supposition brought up, can be gathered in all 88 Ohio counties. It is run by the state of Ohio, not the federal government. I think that we need to be careful when we make accusations here. Thank you very much. Ms. O'Connor, you have a history of understanding tax implications and inside the Department of Justice. These are serious matters, and when they do...
Would you yield to the gentleman?
I will
Gentlewoman
not.
from Ohio?
I will not.
Just their
The implications of this endeavor that we are attempting to understand is decision-making inside the Department of Justice. And that inside the decision-making, we've already heard back a number of times how the Department of Justice did not move forward in compliance, I believe, to their job to make a determination whether the facts would or should be taken further. With President Clinton, the FBI went and actually interviewed the president and the vice president about these matters and other people in the White House, and President Clinton lost his law license over that, and it ended up that there was an impeachment from the House side. Can you please talk about what should be done from normal and regular Department of Justice officials to see whether this has occurred and whether we are entitled to ask questions about that investigation from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the DOJ?
Thank you, Mr. Sessions. I think you're more than entitled. I think that you're obligated to look into the allegations that the whistleblowers have brought. The whistleblowers were very detailed in the investigative steps that they took, in those that they wanted to take but were prevented from taking, but would have taken in any other investigation. We don't have a window into where the roadblock was thrown. We don't know who threw it.
Would you think it would be proper for this committee to bring those individuals and to properly vet them about that? Or is that the duty of the Department of Justice through the Federal Bureau of Investigation to get that done?
Well, I think it's your obligation. We know that the whistleblowers tried to remedy the obstruction from within the Internal Revenue Service and got no backup at all. They were left out to dry.
Does that include asking for metadata that might have supported any other investigation like this?
Absolutely. For example, the WhatsApp message where Hunter Biden says that he's sitting next to his father and is in the process of shaking down a Chinese businessman. The agents wanted to find out whether that was a true statement, and they could have found out, but they were denied the authority to pursue that inquiry.
By what authority?
We don't know exactly. All we know from the testimony is that they would request search warrants. They would
So,
be
Mr.
told-
Chairman, let the record reflect this as an inquiry for us to make a determination. Mr. Chairman, I'd also
Absolutely.
ask unanimous
Without objection
consent
to order.
Placed into the record the articles which I had previously provided to this committee in testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
Without objection
another
to order.
unanimous consent motion. I'd like to offer a press release from the same Southern District of New York that you introduced for Lev Parnas that's entitled Devin Archer sentenced to a year and a day in prison for the fraudulent issuance and sale of more than $60 million of bonds.
Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's business partner and best friend.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Without
your
objection
star
to order.
witness. Yes,
Chair-
your star witness.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gomez from California for 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So one of the things I want to kind of stress is that from the very beginning of this Congress, the Republicans had one thing in mind. Let's get Joe Biden, right? Let's get Joe Biden and let's find the evidence that showed he did something wrong. But when the evidence didn't exist, they would make up facts or they would exaggerate to an extent that it was like, honestly, mind-boggling. And I want to focus on one part first. The Republicans keep pointing out 20 shell companies of the Biden family. These are actually 20 shell companies of Hunter Biden. Okay, so anytime they say the Biden family, they're really saying Hunter Biden, because there hasn't been a connection between Joe Biden and these companies. To an extent, do we have the slides up? Go. First slide is, that's not the slide, but I'll show it. So there's an article from Washington Post, August 17, 2023, and it says how Republicans overhype the findings of the Hunter Biden probe. And it's specifically when it comes to these 20 shell companies, as they call them. They were actually, they were overhyped, and they gave them 3 Pinocchios. Mr. Chairman, I would like to unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Great. Next, so they keep focusing on these 20 companies, and then the Ways and Means Committee reveals 700 pages yesterday. It was really dramatic, right? They used Section 6103 to get these returns, and they say, "Hey, we're gonna show that they did something wrong." the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Adrian Smith, who also serves on this committee or sits on this committee, when asked a simple question, they pointed out that this actually the WhatsApp message of Hunter Biden allegedly was sent in 2017 when Joe Biden wasn't even president, when Joe Biden wasn't even running for president. So unanimous consent to enter another article by Yahoo News. NBC reporter destroys GOP lawmakers' evidence against Joe Biden without even trying.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much. So let's dig into these 20 businesses. 20 companies. That's a lot of companies for an average American like myself. You know, I got a W-2. I filed my income taxes. My wife and I have simple returns. But when it came to President Trump, how many companies did he have? Anybody want to take a guess? Ms. O'Connor, how many companies did Mr. Trump have?
I have no idea the number, but I know
Okay,
they all
stop.
did something.
I reclaim my time. Thank you. I reclaim my time. Reclaim my time. See, you can't even answer a simple question, right? He had over 500
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I will not.
Oh.
He also had over 500 companies. Over 500 companies. I looked at the tax returns. Why? Because I was on the Ways and Means Committee and I got to actually dig into it. Over 500 companies, actually between 517 to 543 companies. And Republicans had no concern about that. When they were structured in a way, they were almost like a set of Russian nesting dolls, each one hiding the existence and who controlled the others. But did the Republicans bring it up? No. Did they have any concerns? No. But what happened last week or this week? Let's take a guess. A judge said that President Trump committed fraud, business fraud, for inflating the value of his net worth and his companies. But when it comes to the Republicans, they have no problem with that. Right? They have no problem. They don't want to dig into that. When Trump controlled these 517 companies, when it came to Hunter Biden controlling 20, we see a direct line to Joe Biden. So that's what the problem is that they're cherry picking facts to connect it to Joe Biden, and when they don't have facts, they make it up, as they did earlier today when they put up tweets or text messages that were not connected. So the point is, everything they're doing is to muddy the waters. And I think it's disgraceful, because when it comes to a president that committed fraud, a president that caused an insurrection, a president that was also sold our government's national interest to the highest bidder, silence. With that, I yield back my time.
Would the gentleman yield a quick question about the president's son's 20 companies?
I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to put up on the board in just a second, but this is the entire transcript of the Devin Archer testimony I submitted to the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much. So, in this particular colloquy that's going on, highlighted up there, you'll see that Mr. Archer says, let's start at the beginning. Let's go somewhere else. He says, the question is, did Hunter talk about how bringing his dad, Joe Biden, either to Ukraine or using his dad as vice president would add value in the eyes of Burisma officials? Answer, yes. How did it come up? He says, well, we were business partners. It just came up. We were business partners. We're business partners. Okay. What kind of leverage was Hunter trying to get by using his dad? Answer by Devin. I think it's more defensive, defensive leverage, that the value is there in his work. Also in this same document, I asked him, I said, the brand, he said, what is it? You keep talking about the Biden brand. I said, is it Dr. Jill? Is it Brother Jim? No. He just looks at me like I'm an idiot. He says, of course it's Joe Biden. Of course it's Joe Biden. Then you go back and you see Tony Bobulinski. What does he say? Quote, the Biden family aggressively leveraged the Biden family name to make millions of dollars from foreign entities, even though some were from communist-controlled China. And who is the Biden family asset? Is it Dr. Jill? No. Brother Jim? No. Any of the grandkids that got money from foreign companies? Nope. None of those folks. None of those folks. Then you get the stuff released from Ways and Means yesterday. This is Hunter Biden saying to his uncle Jim, BS, Jim, all around BS. Explain to me one thing Tony Bobulinski brings to my table that I so desperately need that I'm willing to sign over my family's brand. What's the brand? Joe Biden. And pretty much the rest of my business life. Why? Because that's the only product I got. Joe Biden, the vice president at that time. It's plain English. I'm cleaning it up a little bit. There's a lot of swear words in there. Why would I give this marginal bully the keys to my family's only asset? Oh, okay. So but we're told that there's nothing linking him. So I got to ask this question. Ms. Turley, I'm going to ask you a question. If the brand and what you're selling is Joe Biden, the then vice president, and if Joe Biden or his family is receiving some kind of benefit by the sale of access or, I'll leave it there, selling of access or even the illusion of access to Joe Biden, what does that lead you to conclude?
Well, if you look at actual cases that I've cited in my testimony, benefits to family members can be viewed as the benefits of the principal. So there's not much debate about that. The issue of the inquiry is whether there has been let me stop say there has been progress in the last few weeks, and that many people after the Archer testimony said, yeah, I get it, it's influence peddling. Some have said it's the illusion of access, which is...
That's the new defense.
Yeah.
Is that illusion?
But I think that calling it by its correct name is important, and it is a form of corruption. The benefits to the family members can be attributed to the principal, even under the higher standard of criminal cases. So what remains is the question is, did the president know that, direct that, participate in that?
Well, we know that he made 20 calls to business associates. We know he's having dinners with those associates, which leads me to the follow-up question, which I think is critical here, because these guys are looking for the gold bars or the cash stuffed in the Menendez coat. That doesn't happen very often, in my experience, having tried a lot of cases. So my question for you is, tell us about when you have circumstantial evidence vis-a-vis direct evidence. What's its value? Can you rest a conviction on circumstantial evidence?
You can. One of the things I point out, though, in my testimony is the Supreme Court has narrowed some of the elements on things like bribery, denial of honest services. Those elements are now narrower than they were. But it is notable in the Menendez indictment that they brought the conspiracy on a conspiracy can be based, but you're clearly correct. I mean, if the allegations against Senator Menendez are true, that's really sort of old school bribery. Not since Jefferson and his freezer have we seen that type of raw evidence. Today, it's a lot more sophisticated. I think everyone in this room has to acknowledge that influence peddling is the favorite form of corruption in Washington. I think that's unassailable, and it's much more sophisticated than handing over gold bars or whatever is alleged in the Menendez case.
Mr. Chairman, I have a document I'd like to get in. I appreciate that my colleague trusts the American people, and the CNN poll that says the majority of Americans believe Joe Biden as vice president was involved with his son's business dealings. Submit that for the record.
Without objection, so
Mr.
ordered.
Chairman, I have another unanimous consent motion. I'd move with unanimous consent to introduce an order from the Supreme Court of the State of New York from Tuesday where the Trump Organization was found liable for fraud, and is specifically on page 28 where there's a paragraph entitled, quote, the Trump brand premium that was increased the value of Trump assets by 15 or 30% according to the Trump Organization.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognize Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An impeachment inquiry is a grave undertaking that is supposed to be in response to evidence of a crime. Mr. Chairman, you have questions. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this hearing have questions, but questions are not the basis for an impeachment. Evidence is. Mr. Turley, on September 1st, Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he would not launch a fake impeachment inquiry, a sham impeachment inquiry. But then on September 12th, just 12 days later, he completely changed his mind. My question is why? In those 12 days, did hard evidence appear that clearly and directly links the President of the United States, Joe Biden, to a crime?
I can't answer as to what was it that pushed the speaker to make the decision. The courts have said you don't have to have that vote on the floor. I think it is a best practice.
But I'm very interested in those 12 days. And we know you're not a fact witness and you're talking about things that are already public. But is there anything that came up in those 12 days that linked the President of the United States to a crime? Yes or no?
I don't have any recollection of those 12 days.
Yeah, nothing. I can tell you it's nothing. And we've heard even from you that this is why we have this impeachment inquiry. But let's be clear, this inquiry has been going on since the day we got here. Since the day I was sworn in at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night, this impeachment inquiry started. Let's pull back the curtain on what's really going on. There's no evidence of crime, only desperation and political pressure. This is what's going on. The far right called for the sham impeachment hearing with no evidence at the beginning of this year when we first got started. This impeachment inquiry has been going on. This is not the first hearing we've had in relation to this. On September 1st, the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, says, no, we're not going to do that. We don't have the evidence. We don't have the votes for it to pass on the House floor. We're not going to do it. A good decision, in my opinion. But then just 12 days later, 12 precious days later, something happens. I'm not sure what, but something happens because then the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, comes out and says, yes, we will do an impeachment inquiry. So what happened between these 12 days? It's very simple. 3 threats from members of his own caucus at the direction of former President Donald Trump changed his mind. Number one, the threat to force a vote on impeachment, which would lose on the House floor and be another embarrassment in the long list of embarrassments this Congress for the Speaker of the House. Number two, they would threat to shut down the government, something that will happen in just 2 days. And number three, and this is the one that really got to him, they said, you about to lose your job. And they said, we will remove you as Speaker from the House. And that scared him so much that Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House of the United States of Representatives, third in line of the presidency, completely caved due to the threats of people within his own caucus. This fake impeachment is based on desperate political calculation, not any evidence. And Mr. Chairman, you say this hearing is to establish the basis for this fake sham impeachment hearing, but these witnesses are not giving us any basis or giving us any evidence or giving us any solutions.
They are
giving us
several times.
I reclaim my time.
I have to stop because that's not a true statement.
I reclaim my time. These witnesses are not giving any answers. They're just asking more questions. We have one witness who has a lot of questions, Ms. O'Connor. Dubinsky, one witness who knows something about accounting but has no real involvement in what's going on. And Mr. Turley stopping here on his way to his next Fox News hit. This is not a serious inquiry. And impeachment is something that's very serious. And we have to ensure that we focus on the wants and needs of the American people. This is all for nothing. Half the crowd is left. There's no line outside. The goal here to distract from the government shutdown is not going to work. And to the Speaker, I have to say, you're being played by these extremists and Donald Trump. It's costing us our economy. And this entire fake impeachment inquiry isn't about the United States. It's about Hunter Biden. And the only thing the president can be guilty of here is being a father. I yield back to the ranking member.
Chair now recognize Mr. Turner.
You yielded to
Sorry, I yield to the vice ranking member.
Nope. The gentleman from Florida yielded back. Chair
said he yielded back to the vice ranking member.
I yielded to the vice ranking member.
Thank you, and I'll claim some of that extra time back as well. Much of the Republican case and evidence has relied on words from Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden said this, Hunter Biden said that, therefore, case closed, there's something here. Professor Gerhardt, we know, I believe it's wide knowledge with the public, that Hunter Biden sadly was dealing with substance misuse disorder, correct?
Correct.
He's been under indictment, correct?
Correct.
Is this a reliable witness that you would deem?
Probably not.
In your assessment?
Gentle's ladies, time's
Thank you very much.
Chair now recognizes
Chairman,
Mr. Armstrong. You
I have
seek
3
recognition.
unanimous consent motions.
Yes.
One is a hearing notice from June 10th, 2019, with an impeachment hearing with Joyce Vance, who was not a fact witness, Barbara McQuaid, who was not a fact witness, and 70s story time with John Dean. Secondly, there's another unanimous consent motion for a hearing notice in judiciary with 2 witnesses here just a week before we voted on impeachment in 2019 with Michael Gerhardt and Jonathan Turley. Appreciate you both being here very much, but you were not fact witnesses at that point in time. And the Webster's definition of hypocrisy.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to enter an article into the record dated January 6, 2019. A member of this own committee, the day after she was sworn in, came into Congress, and this article says, Dem split in response to her words, impeach the mother effer, the day after she was sworn in. Some might even say these kinds of comments, not only are they hypocritical by the left in their arguments today, but that this is an embarrassment to the time and people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I'm afraid my friend, the gentlelady from South Carolina, just engaged in personalities against a fellow member of the committee.
Well, what she entered in the record was, I believe it was Ms. Talib's.
Well, it was the commentary that accompanied it that I'm referring
It was an article
to.
from January 6,
what she
2018.
said.
Dem split
Right.
in response to impeach
Said
the
it.
mother effer comment by a member of this committee.
Right, it was the commentary, and in any event, it doesn't make any
No,
difference.
she said it. She actually said it.
No, but Rule 17
She said impeach the mother effer.
The commentary of what she is presenting.
The article title is
the
Dem
gentlelady's
split in response
commentary.
to
All right,
impeach the mother
let's
effer
get on with it. I mean,
That's
the
the title of
government's
the
about to
article,
shut
Mr.
down.
Chairman.
Okay.
Chair, order. Chair now recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The mischaracterization of what this hearing is about by my colleagues on the other side is astounding. Throughout the presidency of Joe Biden, the White House has attempted to claim that the president did not talk to Hunter about his business dealings. Joe Biden even said during the 2020 presidential debate that no members of his family received money from China. He said, and I quote, "My son has not made money in terms of this thing about China. Nobody else has made money from China," end quote. The White House strategy has been deny, 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 lie, and then counterattack, but the evidence and the facts have forced the White House to change its story time and time again. The White House handlers continue to shift the goalposts, and President Biden continues to lie. How can President Biden continue to maintain that Hunter's private business was simply that, private, when it's clear from bank records, emails, and testimony that Joe Biden was intimately involved in Hunter's pay-to-play schemes and crooked foreign business dealings? This image shows an email between Hunter Biden and his business associates stating the setup of equity in a Chinese-owned energy venture. This particular business deal was with CEFC, a Chinese-owned energy conglomerate. This email lays out the payment structure for equity in the company, which was known to be tied to the Chinese Communist Party through its owner, Chairman Yi Jinping. The committee's investigation into the Biden family, including evidence turned over through various document productions, has shown that these men were all in business with Hunter Biden at one time or another. James Gillier, Tony Bobulinski, and Rob Walker on separate occasions, along with other Hunter business partners, have confirmed what this email said, that they were all getting a cut. Who else was getting a cut?
What is the date of that email, sir?
This is my time.
I'm just asking the date.
This
since
is
you're
my,
entering something
this
into
is my
the record.
time. Mr. Chairman, I ask that my time be restored.
Please restore Mr. LaTurner's time.
Thank you. Who else was getting a cut? According to this email, 10% was going to the big guy. What I'm sure my colleagues on the other side are asking themselves is, who's the big guy? Well, let me tell you. We learned in the FBI's FD 1023 that Zlochevsky called Joe Biden the big guy. Tony Bobolinsky also has corroborated that Joe Biden is the big guy. Rob Walker, an IRS whistleblower, say that Joe Biden is the big guy. And finally, the Justice Department obstructed investigators in Delaware who wanted to look into, you guessed it, the big guy. Listen, folks, it is obvious. Joe Biden is the big guy. And so what do we have here? We have the president saying that he had nothing to do with, that Hunter Biden and no one in the family profited from China. And we have evidence here that the big guy was getting 10%. Let me read you a definition of a trendy word here lately. Gaslighting. It's a form of psychological manipulation in which an abuser attempts to gain power and control over the other person by distorting reality and forcing them to question their own judgment and intuition. I would say to the American people, look at the evidence before you and make a judgment, and do not allow the White House or our colleagues on the other side of the aisle try to convince you that what you're seeing isn't the truth, trying to convince you that you're crazy. Mr. Dubinsky, you have extensive experience as an expert witness and consultant in the areas of white-collar crime, financial fraud, and corruption. Is it characteristic of these types of crimes that actors hide behind nicknames or other pseudonyms to mask their identity?
It's very common.
What about this first email image is characteristic of financial crimes that you have investigated or provided expert testimony on in the past?
Well, typically you'll see code names used and money is being paid to somebody under that code name, and that's how these processes work.
Let me ask you something. You're very experienced. When conducting an investigation, if your boss prevented you from taking investigative steps, how would you react? How would it affect your findings?
First, it would be extremely troubling if I was told not to continue to investigate something, and if I was put in that position, I'd probably withdraw from the investigation.
Has the Department of Justice ever restricted any of your investigative steps?
No, they have not.
It's amazing. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 hours and 45 or so minutes into this, the Republicans' own witnesses have confirmed that they have seen no evidence of any evidence. I think that if my Republican colleagues had a so-called smoking gun, they would have presented it by now and would have talked about it non-stop.
Can the gentlelady read a bank statement, an email, a text message?
Are you asking her to yield,
reclaiming
Mr.
my
Chairman?
time. Thank you.
All right.
Reclaiming my time. Instead, we're sitting here with no fact witnesses and no evidence in this sham so-called impeachment to distract from their inability to fulfill their basic duty to fund and run our government. Republicans know the American people don't want their shutdown. So instead, the Republicans on this committee are attempting to divert and distract the American people's attention by spending taxpayer dollars on this sham impeachment hearing 2 days before they shut the government down in hopes that the media, and I don't just mean Fox News, will fall for their scheme and give more airtime to the lies being told on this committee today than the real life impact their shutdown will have on even their own constituents' lives. In fact, in Chairman Comer's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 8,937 of his constituents their paychecks. In Jim Jordan's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 3,939 of his constituents their paychecks. In Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 6,306 of her constituents their paychecks. In Lauren Boebert's district, Republicans' shutdown
Democrats
will
are the
cost
party of
9,000
shutdowns. You guys love
Thank
shutdowns.
you very much. In Lauren Boebert's district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 9,016 of her constituents their paycheck. In Paul Gosar's Arizona district, Republicans' shutdown will cost 12,349 of his constituents their paycheck. In Byron Donalds, 3,235 folks paycheck. In Andy Biggs, 8,433. In Lisa McLean, 7,286. In Scott Perry's Pennsylvania district and the capital of my Commonwealth, Republicans' shutdown will cost 5,445 of his constituents who will lose their paycheck. Indeed, when you add it all up, Republicans' shutdown will cost 217,583 of their constituents on this committee's paychecks, their income for who knows how long. Let that sink in for a second. Those are our mothers, our fathers, caretakers, brothers, sisters, moms, dad, grandmas, grandpas, friends, neighbors, beloved community members, veterans who won't know how their food or medicine will be paid for or where their rent money is coming from. Many of them vote Republican, but I bet you not one of them cares more about Hunter Biden's laptop or helping Kevin McCarthy keep his gig as leader or speaker of his dysfunctional caucus than they care about receiving their paycheck and making their ends meet. And so the Republicans on this committee are betting that we'll spend this hearing engaging in partisan bickering over their favorite buzzwords rather than talking about how the MAGA shutdown will crush all of our constituents. To be honest, I don't quite care about private citizen Hunter, whom the proper authorities are dealing with, or the cable news culture war distractions. I care about the 7 million babies, children, mothers across this country who after Sunday will lose access to food and formula, over 10,000 in my district alone. I care about 300,000 families of 20,000 veterans who after Sunday could face eviction from their homes. Rare diseases and cancer patients whose experimental trials will be delayed for months. And I care about our seniors unable to get help with Social Security and Medicare. And make no mistake, their attacks are targeted, both in who's behind them and who are going to be hurt most. The most marginalized folks bear the brunt of these MAGA Republicans' attacks. Black folks, brown folks, trans folks, poor folks, disabled folks. Keeping that struggle in mind, we've had 2 hearings on the infant formula shortage on the subcommittee chaired by Congresswoman McClain. Yet with the 320,000 babies, women, and children in her home state of Michigan about to go hungry due to her party's shutdown, it seems like my Republican colleagues only care about an issue when they can point the finger in another direction, much like what's going on in this embarrassment of a hearing today. Mr. Gerhardt, in one of your recent op-eds, and you have repeated it here, you mentioned that a good test for assessing the constitutionality of a governmental action is to switch the names of the political parties and the actors involved. If the outcome is the same, it is a good sign of neutrality. If the outcome is not the same, then there's a good chance that partisanship is the driving force. I think we can safely say that this inquiry would fail that neutrality test. And since I don't have time, I think we can say that we are here, America, in this sham hearing, prioritizing the political needs of the Republican Party, pushing a lie for Donald Trump as you go hungry and you lose your homes. Shameful.
At the request of the witnesses, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
I ask you where you I just dropped it. Oh, just right here.
I've met this man somewhere.
Yeah, I think so. They're all college students. So, I think all three of them. Why don't you come out there?
Appreciate that.
from September 25th stating that the WIC program, which is a federally funded program administered by the states, will expire for 7 million moms and children if the government shuts down?
Without objection, so ordered. The chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Words mean things, or at least they should. Here's Joe Biden's words from August 28, 2019. First of all, I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything to do with their business. From September the same year, I have never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings. October, same year, quote, I don't discuss business with my son. Were Joe Biden's words true? No, they were false. So why did he lie repeatedly? In an interview back in 2019 with The New Yorker, even Hunter admitted that he talked to his dad about business, specifically Burisma. Many of Hunter Biden's business associates have testified Joe Biden met with them. Two of the ones closest to Hunter, Rob Walker and Devin Archer, were among them. So they not only spoke to him, they took, a lot of the business associates took photos with him. They played golf with him. Joe Biden gave them White House tours. He wrote letters of recommendation for their children and shared fancy dinners as well. So let's also talk about patterns. Yuri Luzkov and Yelena Baturina. They are Russian, they were married, Russian oligarch billionaires. Michael McFaul, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, ID'd Luzkov as being corrupt. Yelena Baturina wires $3.5 million to Hunter Biden. Soon thereafter, who does she have dinner with? Then Vice President Joe Biden. Kenez Rakishev, and Karim Mazimov, Kazakhstani nationals. Mazimov used to be the prime minister. He's now in prison. Rakishev wires $142,300 to Hunter Biden. The very next day, Hunter Biden buys a Porsche for $142,300. And then soon after, who do you think Kenez Rakishev has dinner with? Say it with me. Then Vice President Joe Biden. Vadim Pazarsky and Mykola Zolchevsky, the CEO and CFO of Burisma. U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Jeffrey Pyatt, calls Zolchevsky a poster child of corruption. Those two fellas paid Hunter Biden's shell companies a total of $3.3 million. And who do you think Vadim Pazarsky had dinner with? Again, say it with me all at once. Then Vice President Joe Biden. So here's a pattern. You have crooked foreigners that deliver pallets of cash to the Bidens, and then they have dinner with Joe. And apparently Joe Biden is one hell of an expensive dinner date. And if that's not selling political access, I don't know what is. My Democratic colleagues report ad nauseum when they talk to the media that there's no direct evidence linking Joe Biden to his son's crimes. Really? This is a FD 1023, which is used by the FBI when confidential informants give them information. This 1023 is only as good as the source. It could be garbage or it could be gold. The FBI describes this source as somebody that is highly reliable and very trustworthy. In fact, they've worked with him for over a decade and paid him well over $100,000. What he has given to them is always checked out. This, ladies and gentlemen, is gold. Consider this with weight and gravity. So what does this say? I don't know what the confidential informant's name is, so I'm going to call him Ivan. Ivan is not his real name, but Ivan describes Vadim Pazarsky directly admitting to him in a confidential conversation that they hired a not-so-smart Hunter Biden to protect us, quote, through his dad from all kinds of problems. Then Ivan speaks directly to CEO Zolchevsky, and Zolchevsky confides that Hunter Biden will take care of those corruption issues through his dad. Zolchevsky is being investigated by Viktor Shokin, a Ukrainian prosecutor. Joe Biden suddenly begins to call for Shokin's removal. Now, Ivan is also told by Zolchevsky that it cost him $5 million to pay one Biden and $5 million to pay the other. This is direct evidence of naked corruption and bribery. Zolchevsky also admitted to Ivan that both Bidens pushed him to pay them and to keep Hunter Biden on the board. Please keep in mind, these were confidential conversations. Also interesting that Zolchevsky referred to Biden as the big guy, and I doubt he knows Tony Bobulinski. Shokin seized 2 homes, land, and a Rolls Royce from Zolchevsky. When he was fired, the Ukrainian president admitted in a phone call to none other than Joe Biden that Shokin didn't do anything wrong, but at your behest, we fired him. And then $1 billion of aid that was being withheld was given to Ukraine. And lastly, after Shokin was fired, Hunter Biden and the other members of the Burisma board wrote a letter to the new prosecutor demanding that the investigation into Zolchevsky ended. And you know what? Shockingly, did. The message was sent, and the Bidens delivered. Mr. Dubinsky, in your experience in financial investigations, you follow, quote unquote, you follow the money. If you were investigating this and looking at $5 million payment from Burisma to Joe Biden, what kinds of information or patterns would you be looking for?
Well, I'd want to know who, what, when, where, and why. What's going on? Why is the money moving? What's it for? What's the substance behind it? And talk to people. Look at documents and talk to people. That's what we do in investigations. I would venture to say everybody in this chamber, if they were the CEO of a company and they saw money moving like that within their own company, they'd want to get to the truth. They'd want to find out, why is that money moving? Why is somebody paying that money out? Those are the questions that need to be asked and get to the bottom of.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request. I'd like to enter into the record a July 9th, 2016 letter from 3 Burisma board members, including Hunter Biden, to Yuri Lutsenko, who replaced Shokin as the prosecutor general, expressing concern that Mr. Lutsenko had initiated an investigation into Burisma.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Kassar from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin with a quote. The people of America elected all 435 of us to do the things they expect Congress to do. Real business, not theater. Try to have some type of prescription drug reform legislation this year. But instead, the majority party is conducting baseless impeachment hearings. Who do we think said this quote? Was it Nancy Pelosi? Maybe Ranking Member Jamie Raskin? Mr. Chairman, you might recognize that quote because you said this in 2019. You said it on the floor of the U.S. House, saying impeaching Donald Trump was political theater. Trump was first impeached for attempting to extort a foreign president into helping the Trump presidential campaign. And if you didn't consider that criminal, how about when Trump was impeached trying to overthrow the results of the presidential election and then incited a violent insurrection against the government? So if you thought that impeaching Trump was political theater, then what would you call this? This is a disgrace. And I hope that someday top Republican officials will find some integrity. In the case of Trump, because you fear his social media wrath, right-wing officials will deny all evidence against Trump, come hell or high water. But in the case of President Joe Biden, you decided to start the impeaching now and figure out the whole evidence thing later. And you still haven't figured it out. Your own Republican-called witnesses today say they don't see the evidence to impeach President Joe Biden. Bunch of stuff about Hunter this, Hunter that, but they've said they don't see the evidence to impeach Joe Biden. That is a disgraceful double standard. It damages our democracy, insults the institution of Congress, and more than anything, disgraces this body in the eyes of the American public. This inquiry is a cynical attempt to tar everyone, to make everyone look suspect, make everyone look corrupt, so that voters just give up and say, there's not much difference here. But we cannot give up on discerning truth from propaganda. We cannot give up on our collective governance. Congress is a place where historically people of enormous integrity have throughout history taken on big challenges of inequality, injustice, instability. We can and must impartially look at the evidence before us and have equal justice under the law. And the evidence before us shows no wrongdoing by President Biden. We haven't seen that evidence throughout the testimony today. Your own Republican-called witnesses have said they haven't seen that kind of evidence. There is separate evidence that supports indictments, unrelated indictments against his son, Hunter, and multiple indictments spanning 91 criminal charges against former President Trump. I, for one, am grateful we have an independent judicial system where a president's son or a former president like Trump can be investigated and prosecuted if they violate the law. It is my firm belief that Hunter and Trump should both face trial and, if guilty, be held accountable for the crimes they've been accused of. Can everyone on the Oversight Committee say the same thing? Will members of the Oversight Committee please raise your hand if you believe both Hunter and Trump should be held accountable for any of the indictments against them, if convicted by a jury of their peers? We can take a minute. No, it's serious. This is a serious matter. If y'all need to think about it, we can take a moment and think about it. It is serious. This is very serious. Think about it. Should both Hunter and
will the
Trump
gentleman yield to a
be held
question?
accountable? I want to see whether you'd raise your hand. Should Hunter and Trump both be held accountable if they're found guilty on any of their indictments? Raise your hand if you think that equal justice under the law applies and Trump should be held accountable. I think it is worse than embarrassing that Republicans won't raise their hands. They refuse to say that equal justice under the law should apply to everyone. And when you step back and think about it,
Then what about
it's
the
kind of
January
scary.
6th defendant?
It's kind of
point of order.
scary. This double standard insults the institutions of Congress that people fought and died to build. This impeachment hearing clearly is not about justice. We cannot say equal justice under the law for everyone except for the guy who holds the leash. I'll yield the rest of my time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you. I think as you were being interrupted by several colleagues, I heard one question posed by the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia who said, what about the January 6th defendants, all of whom had lawyers, due process, the presumption of innocence, and they were convicted of various things, including assaulting federal officers and metropolitan police.
What about
as well as
Antifa
Capitol
BLM
Police.
rioters and $2 billion of damage
Mr. Raskin,
in
if I
America?
can take my time back.
Yes, I'll yield
We've
back.
heard, because it wasn't on the microphones, multiple members saying it's wrong that January 6th rioters were convicted by a jury of their peers. That is disturbing. We've started to get used to it, but we can't get used to it. It's
Gentleman's
scary.
time has expired. Now, Chair recognizes
Chairman,
Mr.
point of order.
Perry.
Point of order.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon for a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter the FD 1023 into the record.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In an attempt to establish some patterns here and get the actual facts out, the media won't report. The president's son seemed to benefit often from government positions as far back as 1996. He received his first job at MBNA. Then Senator Joe Biden had supported the controversial bankruptcy bill, which really favored the company to the peril of average citizens, and he got the name Senator for MNBA. After which Hunter then, he continued to benefit from his father's public positions. And in 2011, he was contacted by Che Fang, who's a Chinese politician and businessman. They wanted to form a joint investment firm that then became a subsidiary of the Bank of China. Now, it seems like the president's the president's son's only skill is leveraging his family name. It essentially seems like it comes to him like swimming comes to a fish. If we could put up on the screen an email from between Devin Archer and the president's son. And if you can see here where he's asked, why does the super chairman love me so much? And the answer is, it's easy. It has nothing to do with me and everything to do with my last name. That's the president's son. That's not me saying it. That's the president's son. He openly acknowledged it doesn't come from education or business acumen. It comes from his name. And let's face it, it is his name, but it's not his name that was garnering all the attention. Both were selling their name, one to MBNA and the other to the highest bidder. Devin Archer, in his transcribed interview, if you'll put that on the screen, please, he confirmed it. If I can get Mr. Archer's testimony on the screen. Well, while it's getting up there, because the clock's going to. Biden family, he confirmed it and said the Biden family was the product or the brand. And it's fair to say, in quotes, that Joe Biden was the brand and obviously brought most value to the brand. I make that case because the president's son was addicted to drugs and he was frequenting prostitutes, so I suspect his value of a brand was pretty low compared to his father, who was the vice president of the United States. I mean, companies brand their products, whether it's a food company or a car company or shoe company, they brand it because it provides trust by their buyers, or from their buyers. Now, this committee first released a bank memo on March 16, 2023, that showed that less than 2 months after the vice president left office, State Energy HK Limited sent Robinson Walker, again, a very close friend and business associate of the Biden family $3 million. Shortly thereafter, literally the next day, and within the next series of days, Robinson Walker sent over $1 million to the Biden family and associated businesses, and they were sent in suspect incremental payments. And it follows a pattern. I can give you other instances where the exact same thing occurred. 1/3 for Robinson Walker, 1/3, 1/3 here, 1/3 there. That's how it worked out. Now, the Biden family provided no legitimate services, yet Hallie Biden, reportedly working as a school counselor, was provided some of this money. For what? What was the product or what was the service? Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into record the first bank record memos dated March 16, 2023, new evidence resulting from the Oversight Committee's investigation of the Biden family's influence peddling and business schemes, showing that the Biden family members and Biden associated businesses received over $1 million from State Energy HK Limited, a Chinese company.
Without objection, ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Turley, thank you for being here. What is influence peddling?
Influence peddling is to sell access or influence to an office holder to achieve some end. There's sometimes a very clear quid pro quo, which is a specific act that you want. Sometimes it's a general pattern of corruption of favoring someone. I actually, in my testimony, gave I believe it was the Canadian definition, which I thought was a particularly good one under their law. But the United States also signed off on a convention on public corruption that also has definitions that are relevant.
Mr. Dubinsky, in the remaining time, this money, these wires are being sent to family members with no apparent legitimate services being rendered. Is this something that you would find interest in and would yourself, if charged with it, would investigate on your own?
Gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question.
It would be a red flag, and I would follow up on that and see where it leads.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a point of order.
Take your point.
I didn't want to interrupt the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, but he referred to an email at the beginning of his testimony. Have we not been provided a copy of that email, and I don't know where it came from. What is the source of that material?
The source of the materials from Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden sent it to the committee? Hunter Biden sent that to the committee? Because, we have a rule on this. We've got to be provided all material that's going to be entered in the record. Our colleagues keep relying on emails that are purportedly obtained from Hunter Biden's laptop, but we have no idea if those emails are authentic. As you know, you've not shared with us what you say is the hard drive to Hunter Biden's laptop, and nobody's verified them. And the
CBS has verified them. The CBS News did a forensic audit, said they're legitimate.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to have the email entered into the record.
Well, then I'm going to object to it because we don't know what the basis of that is.
We'll work on getting you an answer for that.
If I could just say, the computer repair guy who disseminated that stuff says he cannot account for the chain of custody of the alleged hard drive of the laptop. So we have no idea where that comes from.
And we'll get you the answer to that, but I would like to remind the ranking member that the president's son is now suing the repair guy for leaking his laptop. Remember, he denied it forever, and you all said it was Russian manipulation. Now it's
right. No, I agree with you, but he can't account for the custody of it either. Nobody knows.
We'll get you the answer on the source of the email. Chair now recognizes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record our own 2023 transcribed interview with our committee of Devin Archer, where he clearly states, quote, the brand was Washington, D.C., not President Biden. He was asked, the brand was really Joe Biden, and Mr. Archer responded, D.C. was the brand.
Without objection to order, it's in the record twice now.
Well, I guess it's a reminder.
So Chair recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Before I begin my questioning, I want to remind everyone that the information recorded in the FBI Form 1023 that my Republican colleagues keep citing is not evidence of anything. This form reflects years-old, secondhand, unverified information from a Ukrainian oligarch as relayed to the FBI by a confidential human source. These unverified secondhand allegations have been repeatedly debunked and undermined, including by the confidential human source who relayed this information information to the FBI. The tip recorded in the Form 1023 was thoroughly explored by the U.S. attorney handpicked by Donald Trump, which was Attorney General William Barr, and the assessment was closed. Finally, Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's former business partner who worked with the Ukrainian oligarch in question, told this committee in a transcribed interview in July that he had no knowledge of any such payments allegedly described in this form. Repeating the same lies will not somehow turn them into truths. Kind of like the election that Trump lost. Say it with me, he lost it. Repeating the same lie that he won wasn't going to turn the election around. The lost in this chamber keep pushing lies and lunacy on behalf of a multi-time loser. So if we're gonna talk about China, let's go ahead and talk about witnesses. We walked in without none of fact, and unfortunately, because what we say isn't necessarily evidence, we have wasted the American people's time, and we are going to walk out of this chamber and we still have no facts that are leading to anything. But let me give y'all a little bit of tea while we're here. So I have a document that I will ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record. It's a fact sheet on President Trump's shady business dealings with the Chinese government.
What are you entering in? A record from who?
This is from the Congressional Integrity.
Congressional Integrity Project, the dark money pack?
I object.
I object to that too.
Of course y'all gonna object, but we gonna talk about it. So it says Trump has extensive financial ties to the Chinese government. President Trump collected millions from Chinese government-owned entities while in office. I have the best tenants in the world, President Trump was well aware of the multi-million-dollar lease to Chinese interests. President Trump promised to donate foreign government profits while in office, but he donated less than a third of his proceeds from the Chinese government. President Trump maintained 3 foreign bank accounts while in office, including one in China. President Trump's business with China raised legal and ethical concerns. President Xi loves the people of China. He loves his country, and he's doing a very good job. Let me tell you something. I don't want to talk about what y'all want to act like is some big mystery, because we keep sitting here and Professor Gerhardt, just to be clear, as my colleagues have even tried to provide evidence, which they're not the ones to provide evidence, have you ever heard them say since we've been sitting here for I don't know how long?
Yes, I've been taking a tally.
Oh, okay. Can you show us? Can you tell us what the tally is?
More than 35 times, the Republican witnesses and Republican members of the committee have used the word if.
Thank you so much for that. Because honestly, if they would continue to say if or Hunter and we were playing a drinking game, I would be drunk by now. Because I promise you, they have not talked about the subject of this, which would be the president. But let me tell you something that was so disturbing as I walked in to this chamber today. As I prepared, I said, what is the crime? Because when you're talking about impeachment, you're talking about high crimes or misdemeanors. And I can't seem to find the crime. And honestly, no one has testified of what crime they believe the president of the United States has committed. But when we start talking about things that look like evidence, they want to act like they blind. They don't know what this is. These are our national secrets. Looks like in the shitter to me. This looks like more evidence of our national secrets, say on a stage at Mar-a-Lago. When we're talking about somebody that's committed high crimes, it's at least indictments. Let's say 32 counts related to unauthorized retention of national security secrets, 7 counts related to obstructing the investigation, 3 false statements, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud the United States, falsifying business records, conspiracy to defraud the United States, 2 counts related to efforts to obstruct the vote certification proceedings, 1 count of conspiracy to violate civil rights, 23 counts related to forgery or false document statements, 8 counts related to soliciting, and I could go on because he's got 91 counts pending right now. But I will tell you what the president has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to try to simplify this for the American people. My colleagues across the aisle allege that this inquiry is improper and that this hearing is improper. But that could not be further from the truth. We now have enormous amounts of evidence to indicate that Hunter Biden was engaged in nefarious and illegal activities with foreign nationals from China, Romania, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Russia, all while making millions of dollars doing so. We don't even know the full extent of it yet. To date, we've discovered up to $25 million in payments, and that's without even having Hunter Biden's personal bank records. The question is this, though. This is the question. This is why we're here. What did Joe Biden know and when? Due to the evidence that we've found to date, Speaker McCarthy appropriately initiated an impeachment inquiry to give us additional tools to get the answer to that question. Based on the circumstantial evidence we have, the laptop, the whistleblower, shell companies' bank records, and testimony from Devin Archer, this Congress has a duty to further investigate whether Vice President Joe Biden was an affable, loving father, simply taken advantage of by his delinquent son, or a knowing participant who was complicit in the scheme and financially compensated for his role. That is why we are here today, to answer that simple question, to determine if our current president is compromised. Look, this scheme is complicated, all these countries and all these different roles different people played, but the plan is simple and repeated often. A foreign client has a problem. The foreign client pays a Biden. The vice president leverages influence to force favorable outcomes for the client. The Biden family earns their fee. That's the scheme. We've seen it played over and over. As we continue to investigate all of this wrongdoing, I've put a lot of time trying to figure out how all this got started. In 2014, it seems that Vice President Biden, after 4 decades of public service and thinking he would never hold public office again, started down a slippery slope. Perhaps he just wanted to help his struggling son. Maybe he never intended to sell policy decisions and for the Biden family to get millions of dollars. But there's mounting evidence that suggests that that may very be what has happened. It all began in the spring of 2014, though. Hunter Biden gets his father to have dinner with foreign nationals and his business partner, Devin Archer, in Georgetown. The foreign nationals attending this dinner were Karim Masimov, the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, Kenes Rakishev, a Kazakhstani oligarch, Yelena Baturina, a Russian oligarch who also happened to be the wife of the mayor of Moscow. We know that beginning in early 2014, Baturina sent a $3.5 million wire to one of Hunter Biden's shell companies, and Rakishev wired $142,300 to yet another shell company for Hunter Biden to buy a Porsche. We have the bank records to prove this. So the logical question here is, what was this money for? What were the goals of those payments? For Baturina, it seems, her motives were clear. She knew that Russia was going to invade Crimea, and as a response to the invasion, the Obama administration would inevitably announce sanctions and visa bans. Who's left off the list that the Obama administration published? Who was noticeably missing? Yelena Baturina, the richest woman in Russia, the woman who wired Hunter Biden $3.5 million just days earlier. That's just a coincidence. For Rakishev, the motive was to leverage Biden's influence to aid in the facilitation of the sale of Kazakhstani state oil rights to Burisma. And guess what? In December of the same year, Rakishev's oil company and Burisma joined a Chinese Communist Party-linked company and announced a deal. Everyone got rich. Again, another amazing coincidence. These are only the first 2 of dozens of examples of the scheme. A foreign client has a problem. A foreign client pays a Biden. Vice President leverages influence to force a favorable outcome for the client. Biden family earns their fee. Our work over the last 9 months warrants additional scrutiny of Biden family members and business associates and requires additional tools at our disposal to uncover whether Joe Biden was complicit. Again, the purpose of this investigation. Our next steps are to subpoena additional documents that will give context to these transactions to help determine Joe Biden's culpability. We're going to subpoena Hunter Biden's personal bank records, various business records such as invoices and contracts to clarify what these payments were for, Secret Service logs detailing movement patterns of then Vice President. The list goes on and on. And again, I just want everybody to remember, we're doing this because the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the IRS refused to do their job. And we have evidence just in the last week that they're actively concealing these possible crimes. If we discover that Joe Biden was taking half of Hunter Biden's income, like Hunter told his daughter in a text message, I hope that my Democrat colleagues will put politics aside, do the right thing, and join us in impeaching a corrupt president who sold out the American people. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing is entitled The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry. You would think that after 8 months of an investigation, we would not need to have a hearing with no witness who has any direct knowledge of the evidence to determine that there is a basis for this impeachment inquiry. And this is an impeachment inquiry. Mr. Turley and Mr. Gerhardt testified in 2019 in the official impeachment process in the Judiciary Committee. The inquiry was in the Intelligence Committee. And in the Intelligence Committee, there were 17 firsthand witnesses with direct knowledge of the allegations. And the public hearings had 12 witnesses, all with firsthand. Here we are in our first hearing. No one has any actual knowledge or evidence. There's nothing new here. So why don't we have some of the fact witnesses here? You've brought them in. They've come in already. What about Devin Archer? Now, Mr. Donalds and the chairman now want to disavow Mr. Archer's testimony that Mr. Biggs entirely relies upon, but they don't want him to come sit here. Why? Well, maybe because he testified that Joe Biden never discussed business with Hunter or other business associates, he got nothing from their businesses, and he never took any official acts related to the businesses. Or maybe the American people might hear that this $3.5 million from Batterina actually had nothing to do with Hunter Biden, which is what Devin Archer testified. Or what about Eric Schwerin, Hunter Biden's partner and accountant? He also performed a number of administrative and bookkeeping tasks for then Vice President Biden and Hunter Biden. He saw President Biden's bank accounts, and he told the committee that he was not aware of any involvement by President Biden in the financial conduct of his relatives' businesses, much less any transactions into or out of then Vice President's bank account related to business conducted by any family member. And the list goes on. We've already talked about Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani. The reason is you bring in the fact witnesses and your case goes down the drain. So let's talk about what your allegations are. $15 million to 9 Biden family members from 2014 to 2019. Mr. Dubinsky, was Joe Biden president of the United States from 2014 to 2019?
No, he was not.
And in fact, from 2017 to 2021, he was a private citizen, right?
That's my understanding, correct.
Mr. Gerhardt, am I correct that the framers made very clear that conduct as private citizens are best left for the legal system, not the impeachment process? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, even yesterday, in releasing 700 pages of documents, Chairman Smith admitted that he's not an expert in the timeline, which seems to encapsulate this investigation to a T. Because here we are seeing texts and emails from 2017. We're seeing Department of Justice emails from 2020 when it was the Donald Trump Justice Department. And all we hear all day long, Biden family, Biden family, Biden family. And every time you hear that, you know that it doesn't include Joe Biden. If there were 9 Biden family members who got money from these business transactions, isn't it striking that Joe Biden was not one of them? Pretty remarkable. And what we hear is this is an exceedingly complex chain of transactions. That's what the House Republicans said. Pattern of incredible financial complexity. Ms. McClain showed a chart. It had a investor. It had an investment company that invested money, that received money, and then it went to the investors. Mr. Dubinsky, that's not very complicated, is it?
Well, that's not really the question. The question is, what was going on there? Was there an investment?
I'm just asking about the structure.
Well, that's
because
structure,
what we have here, and we hear so much about services and all of this, services are legitimate or product. It's an investment company. It's a private equity company that invests capital in other corporations and companies. That is standard practice.
Well, that's an assumption.
Mr. Turley, you said in 2019 that impeachment requires a clear criminal act. Is that right?
No, in fact, in the Trump impeachment, I said repeatedly, you can impeach someone for non-criminal conduct. What I said then, I'm saying now, which is I strongly encourage you to look at criminal acts.
All right. Well, that testimony is there.
Well,
but no, you can't because I have 10 seconds left. You have said that lying as a president is not impeachable. You have said that there's an influence peddling campaign, but you will acknowledge, will you not, that in order to have a criminal act of public corruption or bribery, there must be under McDonnell an official act in connection to some sort of personal benefit. Isn't that right?
Gentleman's time's expired, but Mr. Turley, please answer the question.
Yeah, I could just point you to my testimony. I talk about quid
Just
pro
answer the
quo.
question.
Yeah, because it's a little more complex.
No, it's not. An official act for a personal benefit.
All right. Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On July 25th, 2023, Chairman Comer and I sent the Department of Justice a letter requesting information related to victims of Hunter Biden, specifically women he sexually exploited and then claimed as deductions on his taxes through his law firm. But he never paid those taxes. Not surprisingly, the Department of Justice did not respond. After the DOJ's sweetheart Hunter Biden deal fell apart, by the way, led by the special counsel David Weiss, on September 8th, 2023, Chairman Comer and I again sent a letter to the same DOJ officials asking about victims' rights issues related to Hunter Biden's sexual exploitations. DOJ once again failed to respond. Well, yesterday I found out why they don't want to talk with us. In a new email just released, by the way, from October 2020, could you please display the email? The Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office, DOJ, Tax, FBI, and IRS described evidence they have related to Mann Act violations. By the way, the subject of the email says Mann Act. First, the title, Mann Act. Then it's clear there are charges on the table while the Department of Justice is in hiding from meeting with me. The Department of Justice and IRS email and David Weiss's Delaware U.S. Attorney's Office, the email states there are communications with trafficker number 1 and trafficker number 2, and that Hunter Biden had escorts who traveled across state lines. These women are victims, and the Department of Justice is refusing to protect their rights. Not only that, David Weiss, the now special counsel in charge of supposedly investigating Hunter Biden, has been clearly covering up Hunter Biden's crimes since before the 2020 election, which is undoubtedly election interference. David Weiss is complicit and must be removed from the special counsel. We also have more information we subpoenaed. Let me give you an even better example based on an interview with one of Hunter Biden's victims with law enforcement. It says here that the victim, Hunter Biden's victim, stated that Biden told her that his father was the vice president and asked to Google search his name. Hunter Biden's victim stated she told Biden she was not interested in Google searching his name and just wanted to be paid. Hunter Biden's victim stated that Biden then showed her a picture of his father with President Barack Obama. Don't forget his father was vice president then. Hunter Biden's victim stated after she was shown the aforementioned picture, who was the vice president of the United States with the president of the United States, Barack Obama, she became afraid. After Hunter Biden's victim left the location, she arrived back at her apartment and told her friend, who she was just with, Hunter Biden's victim stated that her friend told her, "You have no idea who you're dealing with." These women were terrified, terrified. He used his father, Hunter Biden used his father, the vice president of the United States, to threaten his victim, who he had just trafficked for sex. And the Department of Justice refuses to speak to me? Hunter Biden needs to be held accountable for his sexual exploitation of women. And we've shown more evidence. We've shown evidence. This is what it looks like. This is what Mann Act violations look like.
Mr. Chairman,
I reclaim my time.
I'd like to challenge the use of this
Hunter
exhibit
Biden
under
should
Clause
be
6
held
of Rule
accountable.
17.
It is sad that my Democrat
Point of order.
colleagues
Point of order.
pretend to care about women's rights while allowing Hunter Biden to exploit women. This is a shame. But let's talk about.
Chairman, there's a parliamentary challenge before us.
The point of
Mr.
order.
Chairman, point of order.
Who's the point? And we'll stop the clock for you, Ms. Green.
Mr. Chairman, our colleague from Georgia has introduced before pornographic exhibits and displayed things that are really not suitable for children who might be watching. And
Bathing suit's not suitable, Mr. Raskin?
Well, I'm saying I would like the member to be instructed to not introduce any pornography today, at least without running it
A
through the chair
bathing
first.
suit is not pornography,
Well, we
Mr.
can't
Raskin.
see it from down there, so you didn't make it available to the minority before you
I've
started.
seen it before. It's
Okay.
on the internet. It's everywhere.
You are submitting a naked woman's body.
This is a bathing suit. This is a bathing suit.
And it has not been cleared before this committee.
All right.
Glasses on. Do you wear them
Okay.
or not? It's a
I have
bathing
contacts in. Thank
Oh,
you.
congratulations.
All right. Chair, ask Ms. Green to proceed.
Now let's talk about more evidence the Democrats have denied that's turned out to be true. We all know Joe Biden is the big guy. We confirmed that Hunter Biden was lobbying his father. Here's another example that was just released yesterday. This is from a timeline from one of the IRS whistleblowers and quotes an email between Vuk Jeremic, a Serbian politician, and Hunter Biden. Did you have a chance to talk with the big man? He's receiving my prime minister on Wednesday. Please let me know if you think that what we discussed back in D.C. can be mentioned in the meeting. My domestic strategy, how I proceed in dealing with my government, very much depends on whether it happens or not. This is a conversation between Hunter Biden and Vuk Jeremic. This is called influence peddling. This is how Hunter Biden was selling his father's political power and influence. And this is a perfect example. This is evidence right here. I'd like to remind everyone that this is the beginning of the impeachment inquiry, where we're casting a wide net and finding every single person, whether it's last administration, the administration before that, and whether it's the current administration, that has covered up the
Chairman, point
crime
of order.
of the Biden family. And we will continue pulling more
We're
evidence
54 seconds
forward.
over, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll let Mr. Goldman go over 30 seconds. So we owe you 20 seconds to Mr. Moskowitz. It's your lucky day. You get 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's your lucky day. What a day we are having here, isn't it? Right? I mean, listen, as a former director of emergency management, I know a disaster when I see one. I mean, by the way, you don't believe me? Just ask Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, your guy, just went on and said, perhaps.
Who's guy, Steve Bannon?
Yeah, well, you know who Steve Bannon is. Perhaps Steve Bannon just went on and said perhaps the Republicans shouldn't have started with a witness. He was talking about Professor Turley, who was going to say right off the bat that there wasn't an impeachable offense. I quote, he says, perhaps we should have put him on the maybe list for one of our witnesses. So your other witness, Miss O'Connor, gave a complete recitation of the last 9 months, 8 months of these hearings. She went through some of the greatest hits that have come out, right? Everything that has been presented, both in these committees that we've been having, on TV, all of the evidence that you guys have been presenting over the last 8 months, all of that together. And what does Professor Turley say? It says everything we know at this juncture doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. Boy, that is awkward. It's like political impeachment malpractice. But look, let's go back at some of the previous comments that my colleagues have given. So the chairman, and I have a slide, the chairman goes on Hannity, right? You guys all know Sean, you appear with him on Fox News all the time, right? And Hannity asks a softball question, right? This is a total softball. Do you believe that this is now officially the Joe Biden bribery allegation, and do you believe you will be able to prove it? The chairman should have just said yes, but nope, he says hope so, because he doesn't have any evidence, couldn't say yes, right? Next slide, please. Then we have Senator Grassley. Grassley says what we all know out loud. We aren't interested in whether or not the accusations against Vice President Biden are accurate. Chuck, we know. We know you're not interested in the truth. Next slide, please. And then Donald Trump, he's giving it all away. We know he likes to show his cards. He says, I think had they not done it to me, perhaps you wouldn't have it being done to them. And this is going to happen with indictments too. So, Donald Trump, the tough guy, right? What is he saying? He's teaching we all go do it back. So look, we're all appearing now in the world's worst acted TV drama, right? It's been picked up for a second season, the Real House Republicans of Oversight. Perhaps the material's so bad due to the writer's strike. I mean, how many Republicans, Freedom Caucus members, part of the Chaos Caucus, have said there's no evidence to impeach Joe Biden? And again, of course, we know it's not about the evidence. Why? Here's a list of all of the articles of impeachment that have been filed by my colleagues, some that are on this committee. When was the first article filed? It was filed in January of 21, 2 weeks after January 6th. So before we had a single hearing, before they went through this myriad of phishing, they were filing articles of impeachment. Professor Turley, you said this doesn't rise to the level of impeachment, and you said they shouldn't prejudge. Well, here's a list right here of every single member, many on this committee, prejudging. They're filing articles of impeachment. COVID, Afghanistan, Hunter Biden, and they're all one-upping each other in the Donald Trump Friend Olympics, trying to get invited to the sleepover at Mar-a-Lago. Oh, I filed articles of impeachment against Merrick Garland. No, I filed articles of impeachment against Kamala Harris. Okay? It is ridiculous. But this is what this is about. Let me show you. It's a simple board, right? So all other presidents in the United States, 50% of the impeachments. Donald Trump, the other 50. Donald Trump has half of the impeachments in American history. But you know what? He's got 100% of the indictments. 100% of all indictments. 0 for the other presidents. Listen, let me do it another way. I want to channel my inner Tim Russert. So let me go to the board, right? And I don't have Florida. But Donald Trump, impeachment. Oh, how many impeachments? We got 2 there. How many indictments? We got 4. How many for Biden? 0. Donald Trump is right. He's sick of winning. He's just winning, running away with it. And that's why we're here. We're here because of math. That's what this is about. They can't save Donald Trump. They can't take away the 2 impeachments and the 4 indictments. But they can try to put some numbers on the board for Joe Biden. But the problem is when you sling mud, you got to have mud. And they just don't have anything, Mr. Chairman. So look, we get it. We know why we're here. That's why they say the Biden family, the Bidens, James Biden, Joe Biden's dog, Commander, but not Joe Biden, never Joe Biden. So when are you going to